sauce, see what's underneath. You say you're scared and don't doubt it, but skin I just don't need. I hold my eyes in my skull, this is the real me. I just can't pretend you won't.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Consider the Following. We are back in action and sticking to the regular format after last week's short holiday episode. I'm your host, Lord of the Fly, and I'm going to keep this very, very simple. We have an amazing show planned. I'm just excited to get to the topics, but first, the rules. Topics will be discussed by our panel, and points will be awarded. Or taken away, at my discretion and only my discretion. That means no lobbying, no sucking up, and definitely no Batman downplaying. A winner will be chosen at random to host next week's show, and at the end have a full, uninterrupted minute to talk about whatever's on their mind, being it a bad date, fire crotch, or even your favorite vegetable. Now, to introduce our panelists, please be nice and say hello to our audience listening at home. It's the man from South Damascus, enter the Sandman. It's Cool Whip.
Wow. I feel like grabbing a beer can and sticking a kendo stick through my head. You and HomeLee have no idea what I'm talking about, so let's move on.
I thought I laughed internally.
Thank you.
Now, it's the man whose karaoke is as bad as his taste in music. BSB. Can you even sing to electronic? HomeLee.
I have actually tried once. Someone picked the song and threw the mic at me. It was not a good experience. Worst decision ever.
As they should have.
Which one, karaoke or electronic singing?
Electronic singing at karaoke.
Never mix.
Nope.
Next up, it's the man whose city now shares a common interest with the Falcons, and it's that we both lost to the Panthers, whose singing is also much more frequent and probably better than HomeLee's. Let's be serious, I don't care. King Hippo.
That stings pretty badly.
I'm sorry.
Just want you to know.
I mean, I don't even know what you can say after the egg that was laid today.
Well, much like Sinestro, like the Cardinals post, their 6 week weren't allowed to live. So, it is what it is. Lindley should be strung up in the streets, probably.
Whoa!
That's rough, man.
I mean, that dude threw the most obvious interception I've ever seen. I don't even play football, and I wouldn't have thrown that interception.
You think you don't even play this game?
I don't even play this game.
Dude, option selects? Really?
Yeah.
Well, last but not least, we have Newbie Sauce, a.k.a. Nightwolf of the World, a.k.a. King of the 50-50 Challenge, a.k.a. Loudest White Person I Know. Shout out to Poke Chop. It's the Jew with the musical fruit, Saucy Jack.
Man, going back to the old school Newbie Sauce name, most people don't even remember. But hello, everybody. This is going to be a good time today. Glad we are back on our regularly scheduled program.
And lastly, we're really excited to have a special guest tonight. We have the organizer of one of the best tournaments of 2014, KIT, Mr. Vandy. Say hello, please.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it.
Glad you could be here. This is going to be a fun episode. I'm excited to get to host this one because it's going to be the pre-tournament podcast. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of drama, hopefully. So I want to get into some questions, some topics, and I think we all have a lot of interesting questions for Vandy. We're going to start off just by getting him introduced to the community a little bit better, and I'm just curious to learn a little bit more about Vandy because the guy follows the scene. He's on TYM, he's posting, and there's not a lot of tournament organizers that do that as well and as frequently as he does. So my first question for Vandy, I'm just going to kick it off, and then I'll let the panelists ask questions as well. And if Vandy, you have questions for us, you feel free to just jump in and ask those. But you seem to be following the NRS scene consistently. What to you makes us interesting?
Well, first, I'd have to say the games itself. I mean, I'm a huge fighting game fan, and I'm a huge NRS game fan. I really like Mortal Kombat. I'd go all the way back to MK versus DC. Like, I love that game. And then when the actual tournament scene kind of picked up for Mortal Kombat in MK9, I followed it very closely. Even though I wasn't organizing big tournaments at the time, I was definitely there in the background. So I knew all the storylines. And now that I am running tournaments, I'm following Injustice even more closely than ever. So,
how did you even get to tournament organizing in the first place? Kind of, how did you get to the spot where you are now?
Well, I've been organizing tournaments. I mean, obviously, I started small for a long time now. I'm kind of up there in age, so I've been around since about 2001.
How old are you?
I'm 33.
It's not that bad. Jack, how old are you?
Up there in
Saucy Jack.
age. Up there in age. Come on now, dude. Us people with 3s in the front of our ages need to stick together against
No
these
wonder you
young
like-
whippersnappers.
No wonder you like GGA so much. Retirement home.
We are a retirement home, but it's fine because one of the perks of being Team GGA is wheelchairs and meals 3 times a day, and they're all in fruit cup form.
Yeah, I was saying, how was it like when 16-Bit was raging at you at Ghost Battle Series? You could still his antacid breath.
Oh my gosh.
PPJ has to change his adult diapers, so I mean, he's got the bad job.
That sounds terrible. Sorry, Vandy. What were you saying?
Yeah, I've been around for a long time. I started small. I'm mainly a Tekken player. I consider my main game, even though I love all fighting games. I've entered tournaments for, you name it.
So you and Clint go way back?
Oh, yes. Yes.
With the burst.
Clint the Beast.
Clint the Beast. Me and Clint the
Shout-outs.
Beast go way back.
That's awesome. Love Clint.
Since you're a Tekken guy, that actually gives me a question that I didn't think of before. So, Fly, you could ball up your script because I'm already going off it. Did you ever play Slips in tournament back in the day?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh man, dude, we gotta get Slips on.
Who won?
Oh, Slips.
Oh, man, really? You didn't put up a fight?
Slips is a god of Tekken, man.
I know he is, but he's...
I've never been a great player. I've been, 2-2, 3-2 type player. He's a tournament winning player.
What did you use in what Tekkens did you play?
I started competitively with Tag. Tag 1, I should say. And I've played them all since.
What did you have a specific team that you liked using?
Back in Tag 1, I used Julia and Lei Wulong.
All right. I think didn't Slips use Julia?
Yes, he's Julia and Eddie. Yeah, so he was actually, kind of my hero in Tekken Tag 1.
Oh my God, his head is swelling and he doesn't even know about it.
Nah, well, I know what it feels like to have Slips as your hero.
No, he knew back in the day. Me and Slips also go way back.
That's awesome.
I used to play a female character. That's a book.
Well, he claimed that since Eddie was the main and Julia was just the tag partner, wasn't
Wow.
a big deal.
What a cop out.
Julia is she does the sidewalk slam. She's got rock hard abs. She's pretty manly. If he was picking Christy, then he won't. He will not. But I had a question for Ian actually.
Go for it.
So obviously, KIT last year and subsequently this year is not the first and second years you've done this. This is the 15th event that you've run. And I've been in fighting games for a while now. And I knew of the tournament, but I felt like it hadn't been around for a while until recently. I felt like it's kind of big picked up in revival. So I just wanted to ask, what kind of were the origins? How long ago did you start these? And was there a small drop off? And if so, how come? What was the cause to come back and rise up again?
Okay, yes. So if you look at just the name of our website, it's kitrevival.com. We talked about dropping the name Revival from it because it's not really a revival anymore. We're kind of established and around. But so I said I started in 2001, and I continued running tournaments with my partner, whose name is Charlie, or Code Easy. He's actually still one of my partners today. And we kind of had a lull around 2005. So this is a while ago. And we didn't pick it up until about 2008. So there was a 3-year period where we weren't running tournaments anymore. We both kind of lost interest. And what actually the story of the revival is, Even though I wasn't really running tournaments, I was still going to them, and I went to final round in 2008, and just that tournament just revitalized my interest in the scene. Like, it was everything. Like, pre-2009 was a very different time in tournaments, and it was just a very different feel. And, like, just the hype surrounding it, just people going crazy saying anything, like, during matches. It was like, I gotta start doing this again.
That's awesome. I'm having.
So I ran another event in 2008, and I sort of continued doing them since. Obviously, 2014 was my first time doing a 3-day event.
Oh, okay. That must have been what it was, because it seemed like then there was that sort of extra push in 2014 to where everyone was encouraged to go. I'm assuming it was the 3-day. Did it used to be a 2-day or 1-day event?
It had always been a 1-day event. It was always been a Saturday only event.
Okay.
After 2013, which was another 1-day event, I kind of got together with my partners, and we were like, we were improving like very slowly every year. Like, but do we really want to just go big with this? Because I'm getting up there in age, and I'm like, either I'm going to go, all in or go home. And we decided, hey, let's just do it. Let's just see if we can build a quote major, and that's what we've been trying to do since.
Well, that's a perfect lead into another question that people were at. Who posted it? Was it you, Jack, or was it you, Cool Whip?
I don't know what question it is.
Cool Whip. You remember the question about
first,
being a major?
Yeah, that was me.
Why don't you ask? That's a good question.
All right. Well, we often have discussions. We in the NRS community love drama, and coast drama especially. So there's always talk about what constitutes a major, what tournament is a major, what isn't. Do you consider KIT a major, or do you even care whether people label it as a major or not, or do you just want to do your thing, and then it's up to the players to decide?
Honestly, I think the answer is both, and I'll explain. So, first of all, just to talk about the first thing in your question, I love the drama in the NRS community. I just can't get enough.
Thank you. Another thing we have in common.
Back to it.
Man,
it's all cool to me.
Drama's a good thing?
Go ahead.
Drama's a good thing, you're saying?
Oh, of course.
Good. I like to hear that.
Interest in the game.
Good.
Hype factor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I guess you're kind of off track here, but your first question was why do I like the NRS community so much? I mean, Test Your Might is one of the big reasons. Like I said, I came from a day when there was only forums and IRC and stuff like that. Like, it kind of takes me back.
That's awesome.
I don't like doing the whole Twitter and Facebook thing as much.
That's good to hear.
But anyway, as far as being a major, do I consider KIT a major? I don't know. I mean, there's really no real definition of what a major is. There's no central governing body in the fighting game community. It's all perception. It's all, word of mouth. So, do I care? Yes, I do. I would prefer, even though there's not a real definition, people come and go to your event based on their perception. And if the perception is it's a major, then more people will come. So I don't call myself a major because I don't know how to define it and I can't back it up. And I don't think anybody can. But yes, because that's what the community has decided to, sort of behind closed doors, what they talk about, then yeah, I would like the perception to be that we are a major.
I like it. I mean, I feel like NRS Games specifically views KIT as probably one of the top 2. We talked about the top 5 tournaments of the year, and KIT was on, I think, almost everybody's list, except for Jack's blow up, because you forgot it.
Dude, no, hold on. He listens to the show. He knows it right after that. I apologize, because of course that's on my list. Get out of here.
Dude, I'm just saying, it's written in stone now.
Trying to throw me under the bus when there's company in the house. I see how it is.
It's written in stone,
and to
bro.
think I let you win last week. Unbelievable.
You said it, and I didn't say it. You said it. I'm the truth keeper.
Unbelievable. How could KIT
pretty
not be
suspicious,
numero
actually.
uno? for
Well,
me.
I don't know. I mean, you're not even going this year, so I'm
Oh.
sure.
Oh my god. Company comes over and the kids want to act a fool. I see how it goes. Go to your room.
I'm the host this week, sir. You go to your room.
Fine.
Anyways, I was just saying that I feel like every scene has their major. Street Fighter has EVO. Even though NRS has a huge presence in EVO and is still the top tournament, it is considered more of a Capcom major. KIT, it still may be considered that, but I know it's the home of Tekken, and I think it's becoming one of the NRS scene's major tournaments of the year. What do you think about that?
I hope so. I can't say. I think that's up for the scene to decide. The only thing I can do is present my best foot forward. Say, this is what the tournament offers. We do X and Y thing, and hopefully that's good enough for the players to come. At the end of the day, it's the players who decide.
HomeLee, do you have any thoughts, or are you going to stay quiet?
I'm just waiting for my turn.
Because you have 0
Take
points
your
right
turn
now,
whenever
just
you
saying.
want to take it.
Your turn is whenever you interject. So.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna steal Fly's question then.
Oh my gosh.
Shameless.
You really want to do that?
It kind of leads to my question too, so it's okay. So Vandy, you ran most likely the smoothest tournament of 2014. Like Fly said, KIT is becoming that one major that the NRS scene seems that one major they need to go. So what was the plan behind to ensure that everything ran so smooth?
Well, as far as my personality, I always think efficiency. That's I don't care about anything else. The tournament has to run on time. That's the way. Even before this last event, I was, I guess in the Tekken community more known for that. I may not do everything else, but I'm going to run on time. So that's pretty much, it's kind of ingrained in me, honestly. It just keeps me up at night. What random little thing is going to throw off the tournament? What can I do to fix it? And if it does go wrong, how can I quickly fix it?
That actually, I'm curious with based on that stuff. Do you have a checklist beforehand, or do you have bullet points okay, I think for a major to be for my tournament to be successful, A, B, C, D, and E or whatever have to happen? Are there specific things that you go, I need to hit this along the way, or how do you go about that to ensure that things are running smoothly?
I think the first part of your question, how do I gauge success of the tournament?
No. Just how do you? You can answer that too. That's all.
Well,
I think always a good question.
What Jack is asking is priority wise. What would be your top 4 priorities that would go in order to make it successful?
Yeah.
Well, since I just my personality is it runs on time. I post a schedule and I want everything to start and end at the time that it says on the schedule. And I wasn't perfect last year, but I tried to be. So that for me, from my personality, that would probably be number 1. But honestly, just to answer your question overall, I want the players to be happy. I want to hear good feedback. I want to hear people say, I went to KIT, I went 0-2, but I had the time of my life. That's what I want to hear.
I went 1-2 and I had the time of my life.
Yeah, exactly.
And ultimately, I went 0-2 in KI, so I guess that counts. Sorry.
HomeLee, you'll get to say that this year.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Jesus.
Man, but
Vandy,
harsh.
Jack, I'm bummed you're not going because you really had a good showing last year, taking out Playing to Win first round. That was pretty tight.
That was actually the first match of the tournament.
Yeah.
Can I get some props for setting the tone? I actually, you know what, Vandy, I want 2% of your props for Injustice and KIT last year. You can have the other 98, but can I just have 2% of your props?
Oh man, you can have all the props. That was a great picture.
Well, you know what's funny though is Jack, you have to turn around and give those props back because the only reason you got to play Playing to Win was because of a decision that was made right before the tournament started, where some seeded players weren't seated properly. Playing to Win being the one who voiced it Vandy listened to the tournament players, made a decision, and gave you your first win. So he set you up for success, buddy.
I mean, props are returned, so I guess I'm back down to 0 props. And now I'm moving to negative, because my favorite part about, and this goes with what you just said about the players having a good time, I vividly remember after KIT last year, the props thread went up on TYM, and everyone was like, this was awesome, Vandy, you're great, props, 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 props. And you came in the thread, and I can't quote it, but I mean, the paraphrase was you essentially said, thanks, that's cool. Now, how am I better next year? And I thought that was amazing. Like that is the response the community wanted. So it's a year late, but thank you for paying that much attention to us. That was pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember the exact poster quote, but definitely, I want to improve. Like I want criticism, and if I can go back to why I like the NRS community so much, this is probably something you guys have never heard, but the NRS community, sort of in the greater scheme of the FGC, is kind of known as complainers.
So we've never heard that before.
Totally undeserved.
Tell me something we don't know.
It sounds like Fleetwood Mac album rumors. I'm just
All right,
like hard to please and stuff like that. But to me, like the number one thing that I respect in all this is passion. Like I want people to care. I want people to be very passionate about the event, the games they play. Like I want people to criticize me, so like that didn't bother me at all. And in fact, it totally attracted me to the community.
All right, I'm liking this guest.
I had a question myself. Actually, we've seen that there are events which we probably now refer to as majors, but we could just say events for now. There's ones like Apex and ones like Frosty Fausties, where they, even in their name, kind of cater to this significant portion of the fighting game community. And Apex is Super Smash Brothers primarily, and Frosty Fausties is Guilty Gear primarily. And you, in fact, Kumite has always been kind of associated with Tekken, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Do you feel that kind of, not, I wouldn't say catering, but sort of making yourself known as a sort of home to these games that are kind of on the outside realm of, like, there's the major games, the games that will have, their companies will push it constantly. They'll get things like the Capcom Cup. Do you feel like there's a sort of bonus in supporting these lesser known games that you will always have, maybe a decently attended tournament because these players are so loyal? Do you feel like there's a significant advantage over ones that carry, every single game, like SCR and, NEC? They carry almost every game every fighting game I can think of under the sun. You can enter a tournament for there. Whereas with Kumite, you guys have a lot too. But do you feel like that while those tournaments don't specifically, well, NEC sort of kind of is kind of kowtowing to the anime community a little bit. Do you feel like sort of keeping your close contacts with these communities like the NRS communities and the Tekken communities, do you feel like is a smart business choice as an event runner yourself?
Oh, absolutely. Sort of our core sort of philosophy is to be inclusive of all games, not just, the games with the biggest expected turnouts. Street Fighter, for instance. I come from the Tekken community, and the current state of the Tekken community, Tekken Tag 2, it's not great. So I sort of know, or I can identify with a lot of what I hear from the NRS community. Like, they don't like being pushed to the side. They don't like going to tournaments where it's, a Street Fighter event with, 10 side games. I do everything I can to think of to make things on an equal footing. Like, obviously you can't possibly make everything equal, but I try my best. And I will point out the example that I kind of follow. So Final Round, again, is known as the biggest Tekken tournament.
Right.
And the tournament organizer, Shin Blanca, is not a Tekken player at all. Yet he has pushed Tekken so much over so many years that it doesn't matter. Like, everybody goes to that event because they know that he supports it. And I want to be that, not just for, NRS, but for every game. And the challenge is to sort of put those puzzle pieces together during an event to make every scene feel like they were welcome. Like, it was a great event for every game. Like the response I got from the Injustice community last year, that's the response I want from every community.
That's
Right.
awesome.
I would say that as much as there's probably, I can understand why there may be some greater complaints of, sensitive personalities in the NRS community. I don't think you'll find one more gracious when they find a good host. In my opinion, this is what I've seen in just exploring all sort of areas of the FGC. It seems like the NRS guys, if they feel loved, they really do appreciate and will respect those who have done it before. So, have you felt that way running an event this past year?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Yeah, it's. I was saying that in my experience, the NRS community, as much as it might be a bit, they might be quote unquote complainers. When they do feel respected, the respect they give back is more than mutual, and it's almost like a kind of a lifetime sort of bond you get. Have you felt that?
Oh, absolutely. I'll give you like a metaphor. So before 2014, I personally at KIT, I think I ran maybe one small MK versus DC, but that wasn't a real like tournament game. I just love the game. But as far as like MK9 and the big stuff, I never ran any of that stuff. And when we went to a 3-day event, I was like, well, let's do Injustice. I really want to have these people here, but they've never come to our event, and I don't know what to expect. They don't know what to expect. I feel like at KIT 2014, me as the tournament organizer and the Injustice community went out on a blind date. We fell in love at first sight, got married, and we're still in the honeymoon period. It's kind of crazy.
Now I just got to ask, when are you going to consummate the marriage? Like, come on. I know it is.
All right, enough of this
Hopefully
kumbaya
2015.
shit.
Yeah, I don't know how deep I want to get into that metaphor, but
Okay. Well, save it for another time. Maybe an R-rated episode. Come on.
Yeah, enough of this kumbaya shit. Who are your favorite NRS players? Top 3. Go.
Anybody who uses Catwoman.
Oh,
Well,
really?
Okay, so if I have to name names, I would go obviously 16-bit. He's my favorite player in Injustice. After that, probably Star Charger.
Okay.
And the Catwoman love is real. Good lord.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you play Catwoman?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
I mean, not well. I mean, I don't play at this point in my like. I'm married. I have 2 very young children. Got a full-time job, and I work on KIT a lot. So
Wait, does your wife know you're on a podcast? We got to make sure Cool Whip is the only person whose significant other doesn't know that he's on a podcast.
yeah, she knows.
Well, I wouldn't call her my significant other, but okay, fair enough.
Cool
You wouldn't call Firecrotch your significant
Everyone
other?
else is honest with the women in their lives except for you. Scumbag Cool Whip.
No, you guys who are coming to KIT, you should meet my wife. Be nice to her, tell her what's up.
We'll be nice, I promise.
Hopefully.
I'll drop this one. This is I haven't told anybody in the FGC this yet, but you might notice the baby bump.
Oh, snap.
Oh,
snap.
Congratulations.
Wait, was that an official FGC announcement?
I guess.
On these airwaves?
All right.
That's
man.
on these airways. So we have not only broken news, we'll now have confirmed front page.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay.
We better.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Question of the night. Okay, what would, assuming the gender does not matter, what would be the name of your baby based on fighting game characters?
Well, my first daughter is already named Julia, named after my favorite Tekken character.
All right.
I haven't thought about. I'm not going to think about the name of this one until I know whether it's a boy or a girl. So I can't really answer that yet.
So Catwoman's off the table.
Yeah, will you name her Selena?
Well, here's what he'll do. I have a feeling. If it's a girl, he can say, all right, it's my daughter Selena. If it's not, she can be like, this is my daughter Kyle Selena Davis.
All right.
And there you go. You have Successfully solved the conundrum, sir.
You'll have successfully ruined Kyle Salinas' middle school and high school years.
I mean, you can go by Kyle S. Come on. I mean, come on. You don't have to.
I did briefly think about that, but the Catwoman Selena spelled a little bit weird, so I think it'll be a little too obvious.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That's crazy.
But anyway, back to the show.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You
This is the
listen to
show.
You know that when things get off track, that's just normal. Come on now. So wait, hold on. So you play Catwoman, right? Did you play MK9?
Yes, I did. I actually played MK9 a lot more than I played Injustice.
Who did you use in MK9?
Jade.
Oh no.
The struggle is real.
Yeah, the struggle is super real.
Well,
What did you think
I
of
mean,
her?
for me, when MK9 came out, that was kind of coincided with my birth of my first child, and Injustice kind of coincided with the birth of my second child. So at that point, I really wasn't entering tournaments, so I didn't know the real struggle.
Fair
Jade
enough.
played. I've heard about it, yeah.
Mm.
And then you said MKDC was your other NRS game?
Yes, I actually played that one the most.
Who did you use in that game?
Catwoman.
Oh man, I'm not an
Wow.
MKDC
So what do
guy,
you
but I
even think-
heard she was terrible.
She was super bad.
Catwoman.
I think she was a really fair character, except none of the good characters were fair in that game.
Yeah.
Man, that's so
Man, you love the struggle.
confirmed shitter chooser.
Vandy.
No, it actually has nothing to do with not.
Vandy's struggle day.
If I randomly, the character I like is randomly top tier, I'll take it. I don't care.
But you're really shooting for
I
a
go by
girl
it.
then, it sounds like.
What was that?
You're really shooting for a girl then, with the new baby. Based on your main
That's okay.
choices of the last 3 games you've played in the NRS scene.
Oh, as far as my real life, I don't know.
I'm glad your video game life doesn't determine your real life. That's good. That was the right answer. 10 points for Vandy.
So I had another question. It's really interesting, and it's only been 2 years, but there's a noticeable pattern, I think, that aside from, I would say, last year's EVO, I don't think there was a tournament that had as many representatives at a super high level as KIT did the previous year. And it's especially going into this year, now we're almost rounding the second year of Injustice. The level of competition that is so far what appears to be on the player list that we have is extraordinarily high. And it's something that we haven't seen in a very, very long time at any tournament. Even, SCR, we had some players travel, but not all. A couple of tournaments in the East Coast, they had some, but not all. This now is a tournament with a lot of top players going. Do you feel like maybe in the future KIT could become the elite NRS tournament instead of just another one along the road?
That's a tough question. I really don't like comparing my tournament to others, and that question kind of forces me to. So, I mean, yeah, I want KIT to be as good as it possibly can be. If it's known as one of the best for any game, yeah, I'm all for it. It's as best as I can answer.
Ambition is honest. That's totally fine. It's okay to want those things. I think every tournament organizer would want those things, right?
Sure. Yeah, sure. When we want to surpass Evo, sure.
Yeah.
Do it. I like it.
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Mr. Wizard on blast.
Yeah, sure.
Right, I wasn't commentating as your tournament was run better than everybody else's. I was more saying there's this sort of magnitude and appeal, as just starting even from last year, that players seemingly just want to go to. I've noticed, and it might be the proximity of where your event is, but it's noticeable, and I hope it continues to grow.
Thank you.
So the last question before we're going to move on, and then I'll let you add any thoughts or last comments you have, Andy, but who is your bet to win KIT this year? And I want to preface this question with saying that you cannot use Forever King as your sponsor player, who I noticed was also not in your top 3 NRS players, but that's just another point.
Oh, man.
Stirring up the pot, as always.
That's what I got to do. It's my job.
Well, I don't really. I'm not going to pick a down player to win the tournament. Come on now.
Who's it?
Wow.
Man.
Forever King on.
Oh, HomeLee,
I'm not
that
going to
means
pick.
you
Come
won't
on.
He won't
Forever
be picking you
downplaying?
either
Come
then.
on.
Forever downplaying? I love it.
Oh, man.
Downplay.
Well, if I
Well,
may
but,
say, I find Forever King's opinion on the game extremely accurate for the
Yeah, of
most
course
part,
you
and
do.
his character. Just to be clear.
Of course you do.
Costing you points every time you mention Batman.
Oh yeah. My third favorite player is Rogelio's. Forgot to say.
Oh, okay. Somebody's okay there.
Plus 20 for Vandy.
as
You
far
guys
as-
are
It's
losing.
going so well.
Those are actually the only 3 Catwoman players I actually know. So there you go.
So you're only going to stick to Catwoman as your winner for KIT, huh? That's it?
I guess that would be too odd. So my heart is with Catwoman in 16-bit.
Go players. What player is going to win? Not the character.
Okay, well, 16-bit.
Yeah. And your love for Selena is real. I would actually be scared for you and 16-bit to have a conversation together. It might get a little steamy.
He's getting dangerously close to probably liking Halle Berry Catwoman.
I know,
No one
right?
likes Halle Berry Cat.
Ian, you want to answer that?
Yeah, wait, who rank them? Rank your Catwomen from the movies.
Well, I like comic book Catwoman. So the funny thing is, I actually don't like Injustice Catwoman that much.
Why
I
not?
just like that. I like the character in general, so I use her. But
There are tens of Catwoman fans disappointed that you.
I know.
If you could give Ed Boon advice on how you would have changed Injustice Catwoman, what would it be?
Okay, I mean, my true geekhood and nerdiness is going to come out here, but
That's the point of this podcast.
the reason that I didn't like Catwoman in Justice that much is like she was totally belittled in the storyline. Like I saw all this promo material with Catwoman and Batman, and she's like this throw-in. Like, come on.
Man,
She shows up and just gets bodied, and that's it.
redheaded stepchild syndrome.
Do you watch Gotham?
I want to. I have not yet.
Have you seen Selena Kyle's portrayal in Gotham, or even heard about it?
I've heard about it. I mean, I've seen pictures. I haven't actually watched the show, so.
Okay, never mind. Scratch that.
So, oh, go ahead.
Actually, yeah, I actually have one last question one last question from my end for Vandy, and it's a quick yes or no question. And I'll explain why. Are you a fan of combat sport or professional wrestling at all?
A little bit.
Because the thing is, I saw the who will step into the pentagram thing you did, and
Pandagram.
The panda.
not pentagram.
Pandagon.
Yeah,
Pentagon.
Pentagon.
Who's stepping into the
Pentagon.
Ooh,
pentagram?
what's a pandagram?
Yeah,
I
nobody's
want
stepping
one.
into the pentagram.
Kumite in hell.
Who has a gimmick for being a Satanist? Oh, Revolver. Maybe he is. Anyway,
Gamers for Satan.
yeah, there you go. So I saw that post, and I love the posters, and the pre-fight hype, and you asked, you want reasons for why you want these guys to square off in money matches, and I always thought of it.
Don't say money matches.
Well, not sorry. The exhibition it's not a money match, right? It's just exhibition matches. Anyway, but the point is, I thought that was such a smart way to kind of promote the tournament and give people something to care for, because it's not just to come see these guys fights, because a lot of the time we just see these characters fight all the time, but you wanted a certain narrative or a storyline, like Forever King versus Max is last year's final. 16-bit against Biohazard. We know his hatred for Bane. So that's kind of why I was asking this question, because you're giving people something to care for when they watch the supposedly, low stake exhibition. And I thought that was, a very, very smart way to draw up further interest in the tournament. And actually, I'm almost as hyped for these matches as I am for the tournament itself.
Yeah. So first off, Panda is Panda X Gaming, my main streamer, and he's great. Like he basically does all this. This is his stuff. It was just my idea to incorporate Injustice as well. But sort of the big driving force behind this is something I had to realize as I went from a 1-day event to a 3-day event, and I really had to study what players actually wanted out of a tournament and what motivates them to attend. And even though I was known as like this sort of hard-ass dictator at events, running things on time, and players said that's what they liked, said that's what they want, and when they didn't happen at other events, they said, man, I don't like that, blah, blah. Well, they still went to the event anyway. And the answer that I came up with, like what really motivates, individual players to go, is not any kind of organization or an efficiency or anything like that. It's players want a stage. They want the event to seem like it matters. And I try to do everything I can to say, this event, it's not, like if you just take the tournament itself, just a series of players playing against each other and one player winning, getting a little money at the end, anybody can do that. It's just this extra stuff that sort of adds to the flair, having this trophy, having these extra exhibition matches. It's tough, but I try to do as much of that kind of stuff as I can.
Those trophies were tight last year. They were really tight. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I had to throw that in there. I gotta promote.
What trophies do you have this year, or can you say? What's the rules?
I can say. So I've posted the
Doomsday.
Mortal Kombat trophy. It's the Scorpion.
I missed it. Oh man, that's a bummer.
It's actually not complete yet. These trophies are hand sculpted by a local super talented artist. So it's actually in the process of being done. So we have the 4 from last year: Doomsday, Akuma, Magneto, and Heihachi from Tekken.
A little upset that it's Doomsday though, of all characters. Come on.
Come on now.
Dude, you play Superman.
Yeah, but I mean, my moment at KIT was with Doomsday. I wanted that trophy. That was awesome.
Yeah,
All of us Doomsday players got bodied. None of us won that damn Doomsday trophy.
He's got Salt of the Earth rock in his heart.
Yeah,
What do you want? Kryptonian rock in his heart.
Sure does.
Yeah, we decided to go with the sort of the villain theme for all of the trophies. So.
Oh, okay.
And then for Smash 4, the new game that came out, we have Bowser.
Ooh, I want to see that one.
That's
That
awesome.
probably looks sick.
I'm hyped for that.
There's
Mandy,
no
do
way
you
for
have a
any of us to
trophy
win
for
it,
the,
but-
I
Mario
can
Kart
post a
tournament?
picture of. I have pictures of the Bowser trophy. I
Hey,
just didn't post it in Test Your Might because it's Test Your Might.
send me all the pictures you want me to post up, and when I post up the podcast, I'll add in all the pictures.
No.
No.
Eh.
Probably have to run around looking for all these pictures. I'm super busy right now.
Oh, you're busy? What, you got
Somewhere
a
in
tournament
there.
next weekend or something?
Yeah, totally. Someone
Yeah.
in there, HomeLee, actually
You
wanted
guys
to
are
ask-
interrupting me making the pools for Injustice as we do this
Wait,
podcast.
we're
Oh,
interrupting
no.
pools night?
No, pools night is Tuesday.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll get hype.
All right.
Wait, Mandy, is there a trophy for the Mario Kart tournament?
Yes. It'll be the same one as the one for Smash 4, Bowser.
Oh, okay, nice.
Dude, Bowser, I'm hyped for that.
So before we move on and before we bid Vandy his due, I just want to give Vandy a chance to just put any other thoughts out there, any other last shout-outs or thanks or last things to remember about KIT before the tournament starts. You have any other things you want to add?
No, I just want everybody to come and have a good time, man. That's my entire focus right now.
All right.
So have a good time when you go, you fuckers, or else you're not doing Vandy's bidding.
Yes, exactly. Do my bidding.
All
I
right.
like it.
Well, at that point, if there's no other questions, we're gonna Vandy say thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your input. I think this has been probably one of the best hours we've had on this show. I think it's really relevant to have not just us four jobbers talking about random nonsense, but to have somebody who's out there putting on events come in and talk about what they think is important. So thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And I do want to add before I go, poster of the year on Test Your Might, definitely my guy Cool Whip.
Oh, snap.
How does that make you feel, Whip?
But anyway, guys.
No, I think Cool Whip literally, you killed his internet. That compliment was so good. He's speechless. He's verklempt.
You'll have to listen to this podcast to hear that part.
Yeah. Thanks for the time, Vandy. Appreciate
Yes,
it, man.
thank you. Hopefully those pools are done in time for Tuesday, and we're all excited to see those.
Yeah, I'm just rigging it so 16-bit will win.
Yeah, if I
That'd
give
be-
him some advice, can you keep him away from the Aquaman? Can you keep him away from the...
Yeah, I'm total bracket reading going on.
Another piece of advice: don't say things like that.
Yeah, that's
In
true.
public.
Don't say that. The conflict will be real.
He said he was kidding.
That's true. Man, I'm so emo. I'm not going to KIT. Dude, two of my probably best 3 moments in Injustice have been at Vandy-regulated tournaments. Vandy is a big part of my Injustice career. I'm super emo that I'm not going to KIT.
Wait, Ken, what if, by the chance of God, the person interviewing you on Friday is a huge Ed Boon Mortal Kombat fan?
Yeah. What if the person that I'm playing is like, wait, aren't you that guy that'd be playing to win? Dude, isn't KIT this weekend?
Why aren't you going? Dude, if that happens, you're going to feel so terrible.
That's true, but then I would be like, well, I can go if you give me an advance on the salary and I can hop a last-minute flight.
Confirmed Ken getting sponsored by his interview Friday.
Yeah.
Hey, even if you're not in the bracket, we still need that commentator, man.
That's true. Well, hold on. Do you have 2 more minutes before you leave?
Right. Yeah, of course. I got time.
I know I saw that someone wanted to ask this, but no one got around to it.
Oh, yeah, good point, Ken. Thank you.
Can you know where I'm going with this, can you explain what your thought process was on only allowing pre-reg and no at the door at KIT this year?
Oh, again, with that, I thought you were going to ask about commentary.
No.
Yeah,
No.
sure, I can talk about that. So it's for the players and for me and the tournament staff. For the players, it's you get to see the seating and it's not messed up. When the on-site registration happens at most tournaments. From my standpoint, though, especially since I'm such a control freak, having to do all that stuff at the event just takes up so much time and just increases the stress levels tenfold of an already stressful event, to me. It was to do on-site registration. I didn't trust anybody else to sit there and take registrations and add people to pools. So I literally had to sit at the front desk last KIT. And I'm like, I can't do that again. There's too much stuff going on around the tournament. I can't be sitting at the front. And I can't have my the people running the brackets taking the brackets home on Friday night and hoping that they create them by Saturday. It's too stressful for me. Things can run so much smoother if I just know everything going into the event. I know exactly what I need. I know exactly where people need to be. I know it's going to run on time, and that's, like I've said, that's super important to me.
I can't speak for everybody in the world, but I think that that's great, and I'm glad that you did it that way. So you get +1 awesome point from me. I don't know what everyone feels about it, but I know you said, there is part of it that you felt like the players wanted it, and I definitely would have fallen into the category of players that think that's a good idea. So
no, I've heard a lot of counter arguments to it, and there's valid points, but at the end of the day, I just don't want to do it because I want things to run smoothly, and I really don't want to handle or ask people to handle a bunch of cash at the venue. It's just
There's a lot of hiccups, a lot of technicalities and details. Then,
a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous.
Yeah, to be honest, I really don't want to go back either, ever.
I think the Browns head coach said it best when Johnny Manziel threw that party and then got half of his team suspended from the next game. It says something when you just stand up and make a statement, right? Regardless of who it is that's doing it, your rule is this, you don't back out on it, that says something.
Right, Johnny Manziel. I got you.
You're the anti Manziel. Sorry to keep you a couple extra minutes, but I did want to ask that question.
Yeah, Vandy. Wait, before you go, you definitely have comment of the year though when you said, "I will feel bad for the players for the first 5 seconds." And then I'll go back to being not. That was the best.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that.
No, that was worth it.
It was worth.
Because
even advertising it for a whole year, no on-site registration. I mean, people should be aware.
I actually will feel bad for probably the entire event if somebody literally flies in not knowing.
Yeah, confirm. Vandy does care. Just don't get hurt.
Oh man, Vandy the Care Bear.
Hey, I care, but I'm a sarcastic dude.
That's KTF approved.
Agreed. Sarcasm is approved on this podcast. All right. Well, Vandy, thank you so much. This is where we say farewell. And one last thing. I know we've had one last thing like a dozen times now. If you could recommend one other guest for this podcast sometime in the distant future, who would it be? Just because I'm curious. Who would you listen to besides us 4 people? 5 people.
Well, first of all, I think you guys have this incredible rapport. I don't know what it is. Like, your podcast is very listenable. As far as a guest, I've mentioned Rahelios before. I don't know if that's
Is it?
maybe just for like he's like a guilty pleasure. I have a confession to make about Rahelios.
Uh-oh.
I love where
My
this
body's
is going.
this could ready.
This could be a blow up. I don't know. Maybe not. Nobody cares. I have never actually seen a Rahelios match before.
That's not
It's not a blow up. I've never seen one.
That's not a blow up, and that is perfectly fine.
I only like him based off of his forum persona because I love Catwoman and I love up players.
That's okay.
That's
I mean,
great.
yeah, that's fine. I like our Killer B. I'm not even sure he's a person.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know if Rahelios is a real person or not. That makes it even better.
Yeah, he might be, Gargabek, from South Park.
Do you like Miles Wright? No. He's one of my favorites.
I think ever since the rise of Rahelios and our Killer B, Miles Wright's kind of irrelevant now.
Man,
It's true.
It's unfortunate.
All hail the Sun God for his
Miles Wright,
contributions.
step up your game, sir.
In fairness to Art Killer B, he existed before Miles Wright was even born, so give props to my dude, Art Killer B.
Okay.
I actually love Art Killer B.
Definitely like to
hilarious.
hear James MK on your
Oh,
show.
boy.
I'm
my
like,
goodness.
And all you guys would have to do is just have Cool Whip and James MK just read their. You don't even need new material. Just say it like.
I love how
that might
Vandy
be
just
a
gets
5-hour
us.
episode. That might be a
No,
5-hour
I'd like to
episode.
hear about James MK's taste in food and his gravitation towards halloumi grilled cheese. Apparently, he's a fan, so would love to hear about that.
I'd love to hear his review of last year's top Chardonnays.
Yeah, that would be good.
California approved.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well,
All right.
Thanks, Ian. It was great. A lot of insight there. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
All right.
Man, have a good one.
See ya.
Thank you, Andy.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right.
So
That
testing.
was good.
I want to make sure Vandy is not here. Testing 1, 2. Vandy, are you still here? No.
What
How
if he
professional
What
of
if he
you.
just muted
It's
his mic?
super
What if he
professional.
just muted his mic?
It's all good. We're good. Just
Yeah.
wanted to double check.
Fly, I know you're the host this week, and I know you got this under control, but can I just offer one thing?
Sure, your
There's-
points are at risk, but that's up
There's
to you.
5 of us on this podcast. you
Yeah, that was a
fucking
huge
idiot.
backup. I was
Twice you said 4. Twice you said 4 people, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I was
Wait a
just
minute.
convinced that I was getting Riley Coyote.
Yeah, I was
Wait,
getting
wait.
all sorts of worked up. I'm sweating. I got swass going on. There's
Dude.
5 of
Poor
us.
HomeLee.
I caught myself the last
HomeLee.
time I said it. I caught myself and I said 4.
No,
I
you
mean
didn't.
5.
Yep.
Also, Cool Whip. What happened? You were gone when you got props from Vandy.
Oh, well,
Sorry.
you know what? Vandy will listen to this, hopefully, so he'll hear what happened. I was totally saying that for once in my life I was speechless and shit, and I had no idea why nobody was listening, but then I realized my mic was muted.
Oh my
god.
Wow.
And then you unmuted it just so we could listen to you type War and Peace. Unbelievable.
Dude, why were you typing
Well,
War and
in
Peace?
my defense, well, I was timestamping as you
Oh.
asked me to, so
Dude,
I was
he
actually
was
doing my
he was
job.
explaining
One of us
to
was doing
Firecrotch
his
what he was
job.
doing.
Unbelievable.
Okay, pen and paper, bro.
The fappening was going
Yeah, I
on.
use legal pad. You can use comp.
I also use a legal pad.
I think
Get
legal
on
pad
it.
was discussed on episode 1, okay? Get with it, cool it.
Legal pads are awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, I work with legal pads, so I try to stay away from them.
Apologize. Not
Would they
responding.
give you nightmares?
Yeah,
Nom-
they
give you
kind of
nom-
do, actually.
They give you nom-like flashbacks. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh
Alright.
yeah, I guess I hope Andy here listens to this. Actually, I don't think he'll have the time though next
I
week,
don't
so
think
I'll
we're
just.
recording right now. This isn't a part of the show.
No, this is totally
Oh.
recording. This is all live.
Oh, alright.
Oh
then we'll
my-
just-
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you totally overestimated Fly as a host. If you actually thought he stopped recording so he could edit that. Come
Oh,
on.
true.
I'm not
Oh,
editing
local
squad.
cat.
I'm
Hitting
hosting,
the-
I'm not editing
hitting the-
squad, okay?
Hitting the stop button insanely difficult
Not gonna
for a
happen, bro.
Nightwing player.
Jack, would you
I
like
like
to
how
record next week?
HomeLee completely got bodied by Fly. By essentially, I'm pretty sure when Fly was saying we're 4 on this podcast, the person he was forgetting was HomeLee. Let's be
Oh,
honest.
definitely.
I
It was-
corrected myself and I said 5. You guys can listen back to
I
it and
mean,
see
Second
it.
time you corrected yourself. The first time you did it, and that still means there were 2 instances where you forgot when you were on this show.
You might have to apologize. 3 words on your knees.
Your
On my knees?
on your knees.
You will never know if I am or I'm not, so.
All right. Well,
Moving
now
on.
that now that
Here's the
Vandy's
thumb of your
gone,
knees.
now that Vandy and his professionalism are out of here, I'm cracking
I know.
the jam. Let's do this.
Excuse
Oh,
me,
God.
sir. I'm cracking the whip. Not
Well-
Catwoman related.
Oh,
All right, we got to finish this KIT discussion though because there's a lot more to discuss. We got to talk about matchups. We got to talk about people. We got to talk about something to prove. Let's start with matchups we want to see. Okay, what are the most demanding matches we want to see, and what money matches are we looking forward to the most? Starting with,
exhibitions.
They're not. They're
Exhibitions.
exhibitions.
there's like 17 people talking at once. What?
They're exhibitions.
Exhibitions. All right, what do we want to see? Starting with the person who has spoken the least, HomeLee. What else is new?
Okay. I personally think, so the whole Emperor Merc and Wound thing is still happening, right? Like, Wound's still going to be able to make it and whatnot? Because I remember Wound saying he couldn't make it at one point, and then he said he could.
Wound
If
is-
that one's, okay, so if he makes it for that one, that's the one I really want to see the most. You know, people are debating, like, it was just online or whatever, and then, you know, people say Merc's really good, and then, you know, he did beat Wound Cowboy on Pig's stream during Red Hot Sundays. So that's honestly the one I'm looking forward to watch the most, to see how that matchup goes offline. I mean, also, I guess I want to see 16-bit versus Biohazard, because I think Biohazard beat 16-bit at EVO, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then 16-bit was saying that he wants that run back, so I'm curious to see if that's going to go any better. And that's pretty much the 2 I'm actually looking forward to. Other than that, I'm just trying to focus on my own game plan for KIT.
All right, while I have you talking, who is the one person you want to fight and beat while you're there?
White Boy.
Oh,
Oh,
Call out.
He
Hold that.
eliminated me in the final round. It was my first major. I was nervous, but I think I've got the right composure going into this tournament, and I hope he's in my pool.
dude, you've been playing Mario Kart 24/7 and Halo 5 beta. What do you mean you have the right
I
composure?
respect you saying you hope he's in your pool, though.
yeah.
The bravado.
Yeah, I love the bravado. You're just like, Mr. Anderson.
Is
But yeah, I hope he's in my pool. And yeah.
You could have just asked Vandy. It was right here a second ago.
We missed
Yeah, I
it.
know. You should have said, please, Nicholas Anderson. I want him in my pool. Get
our White Boy. I heard he's sponsored now. Does that intimidate
yeah.
you?
Yeah, he is sponsored, possibly.
HomeLee, there's actually another way to hope for somebody to be in your pools. Just make a status update. Say, Rocket Gods, I hope Jobber White Boy is in my pool.
Yeah. In fact, let me promote TYM. You can now tag people in your statuses. You can tag people in your status. So
That's true, you can, which is
make
nice.
a status update. Say tag Vandy and say, "Hey Vandy, put that '70s shag carpet in my pool." Let's rip that hair right out of his head.
Let me get that guy whose hair looks like wet dog with his bag and porn stash. Get him in my pool, and let me back 2-3 to the promised land.
Yeah.
HomeLee, you get extra points for that. Just saying. That was a good call out. I respect it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, Mr. Saucy Jack. What do you want to see happen go down at KIT?
Well, I will do my best to leave my obvious team bias out. I am very excited to see Wound Cowboy at another major. This is awful that this is going on any sort of recording, but I think Wound is a lights out player. I think he's amazing. So I'm really, for people that are not Team GGA, he's very high on my list of people that I'm rooting for. So to watch Wound at all is nice, and hopefully he does exceptionally well. Hopefully he gets bodied by anyone from GGA, but hopefully he does really well otherwise. I am excited for what most people think is going to be a free exhibition. Like, people think it's going to be really lopsided, and it might be, but I'm interested to see, because the blow-ups, if it's not, because as we know, drama is king. Limbo Dog versus Honeybee. Obviously everyone thinks Honeybee is going to win free. Honeybee is a big name. He's done well at a bunch of tournaments. Limbo has only been to 1 or 2 majors and hasn't done well, but has been, working hard in Chicago and stuff. And I'm not here to tell you that I think Limbo, real rap, you just don't know. Limbo Dog, he's like Baifu Insane. It's not that. I'm just saying the ramifications if Limbo somehow manages to win that, because one, it would be a player that everyone looks down on, beating everyone's god, Honeybee. And two, it would be a huge blow-up because Honeybee is always popping off about Flash beating Aquaman. So now you'd have an Aquaman that's not Theo beating Honeybee. Again, I don't actually have a rooting interest, so to speak, either way, but the drama, the potential drama is so delicious. You can just taste the salt and failure mixed into one little concoction. It would be awesome. So I'm pretty excited to watch that go down.
Has he played Jim a lot? Is he ready?
He's red hot. He's brushed up on the Flash matchup as much as one can. He's studying hard. I'm sure he's good to go.
All right. Now, while I have you on the mic, if you were going, who is one person you would want to take out?
Well, initially, I obviously wanted Playing to win again, but then it turned out at the last second he also wasn't going. But when the plans were for me to go, it was him, so I could prove A, it wasn't a fluke, and then B, that it wasn't Doomsday. It was very important to beat him with Superman, which is considered at best even, but most likely a disadvantaged matchup for Superman. So that would have been pretty important to get that victory. But once I found out he wasn't going, and in my head I had to figure out who is someone that you can body that would truly, well, not body, but someone I could beat that would truly make a statement, if you will. I'm actually going to go back to the person that I just gave props to, and it was Wound. Not that I think I would beat Wound Cowboy. He's a better player than me, and odds are in his favor, probably 8-2. Not the matchup. Wound versus Saucy Jack is an 8-2 matchup. He's so good, but it would have just felt great. And to play someone of his level that is not named 16-bit or Max, because I get to play, or PPJ, because I play those 3 guys all the time, but he was pretty high on my list of people that I was looking forward to playing against. And then, of course, freeing you up again is always a good time, so bodying you would have been nice.
You as in who, me?
Yeah, you.
Man. -1.
Oh, and then also bodying HomeLee just to put him in his place.
+1.
Man.
You -1 for me, and then you +1 for bodying Lee, so that's cool.
Glad that we could balance that out.
Oh my God, Jack! Let me pay for your flight. Come here so I can eliminate you.
Oh my god! Bring your pink slip. We're doing this for rides, son.
Oh yeah, it's cool. I'm
I
going in Mike's car.
got a
So I'll
Yaris
bet
on
Mike's
the
car.
line here.
I'll bet Mike's car. He's driving.
Yeah.
You can bet your car and drive. That's fine.
Dude, we don't have to bet cars. I just want the spoiler off your Civic.
No!
That's awesome.
He's about to get emo.
All right, Cool Whip. It's your turn, sir. Who would you like to see play at KIT and body who?
We're talking about the tournament and not just, the exhibition matches, right? So we're talking
Both.
about, it could be, okay.
Both.
Well, as far as the exhibition, I'm honestly interested in the 16-bit thing because I want to know, that matchup has been super discussed. And I want to know whether it's somebody who doesn't have as much experience in the matchup as Max.
You're talking
who's
about
not
him,
as
Biohazard, right? Just
Yeah,
to be
definitely
clear.
him and Biohazard.
Okay.
How would that go? I mean, I know Biohazard already beat him at Evo, but this is a longer set. I want to see, Evo. It's hard to believe, but it was 6 months ago, so people have leveled up since. I want to see how that goes. Among the exhibition matches, that's the one that interests me the most. As far as who I'd like to see in tournament, I really want to see Wound play. I think he's terrific, but I also think based on how good he is, in some ways he's actually underperformed. And I don't mean that, that's a compliment.
Because Sinestro's so good?
Because I think Wound is awesome. I do think Sinestro is good, but I think Wound is an awesome player. And because I think so highly of him, I think, for me, Wound is a top 8 at Evo caliber player. So I'm really interested in seeing, how well he does. So what I'd want to see, actually, a fight I really want to see would be like Wound versus Forever King. Because, Batman and Sinestro and all the drama not drama, but all, the controversy in our podcast threads about that matchup, it would be super interesting to see them play again. I think the last time they played, I could be wrong, but wasn't that at like SCR last year during the Sinestro glitch and the push block tech or glitch or whatever you want to call it. And King even won that, which, it was a tournament that everybody expected Wound to just walk through. So I really want to see that matchup played now as the meta evolves and as the players got better. So that would be one kind of matchup that I really want to see. Other than that, I would go... I'd like to see how Honeybee does in general. I'm personally of the opinion that Flash is a top 5 character. I think that character is ridiculous, and I think Honeybee is really showing his potential. The potential of the character, and he's probably growing more confident as a player. So I'd like to see him actually against, say... Unfortunately, it's too bad there isn't an Aquaman player going, or at least, I know he's playing the money match, which I think I just blew up Limbo Dog basically by saying he has no chance.
Exhibition.
Sorry, exhibition. By now people get it. But it's too bad, there isn't like maybe an MIT level. I know Theo doesn't play anymore. So there isn't an MIT level Aquaman or something going. I would have liked to see that.
Is going.
Oh,
Cygnus
yeah.
plays Flash now.
Oh, so
He plays
I'm sure
both.
he won't. You think he'd mirror him, though?
Huh?
You think he'd mirror him? I don't think he would.
No, he'd play Aquaman, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So I'd like to see that. And finally, honestly, I want to see Max against anyone. Because I see Max every week at JBS, and that dude is awesome. I just want to see him, at this point, I just want to see him against other competition, because for one reason or another, I never got, like, at MLG. I don't know if he even was at MLG, but, there was a stream debacle, and the same thing happened at EVO, so I couldn't actually just watch Max play against outside competition. So the last time the last time I saw him against outside competition was KIT last year. So by now, I'm just ready to watch Max in action again. So that would be, the matchups I'm interested in the most, or the players I want to watch the most.
Okay. Valid points. Hippo, what do you think?
Hippo, literally, as soon as you called on him, it said call dropped next to his name. He didn't want to answer the question.
Oh, is that him back now? Did I hear a
He's
beep?
scared. No, it looks like
No.
he is still super dropped.
Well, Fly, who are you looking forward to watch And who you want to body?
Who am I looking forward to watch? Honestly, HomeLee. I'm looking forward to seeing you play some people.
Really?
I am, because I think you're a little underrated. I think you're pretty good.
Are you about to play the You Just Don't Know card?
I'm not about to play that because I don't know. We've talked about this, haven't we, Lee? Where you tend to choke in tournament, but you do really well in casuals.
Yeah.
Except you're not going to do that this time because I'm honestly really rooting for you to do well at this tournament at KIT.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'd like to see HomeLee play some people and wreck some people, especially any Zods that are in his way. I'm not sure what the final list is of players going. Are there any Zods going? Is Dave going? Is
Pig.
Well,
How could you
besides
forget
Pig, I mean, I would hate to see those two play. That's the last match I want to see played.
I think Pig is the only Zodicus Giganticus going.
Well, then never mind. Maybe I'd see.
You count King.
King has a decent Zod. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's not bad. But I'd like to see maybe you versus Wound would be interesting.
Nah, it's free. He destroys me.
Man. All right. Well, then never mind. Take it all back. Who
are you excited to once again get bodied in the Nightwing mirror by Fruza de Bruza?
I'm so excited about that. If there's anything that does not excite me, it's Nightwing mirrors.
Because you don't like dealing with your own down one staff spin? It's obnoxious.
It's not a matchup that I practice against because the likelihood of me facing one in tournament is very low.
Except now you've got Fruza and Merc at this tournament. Dude, you could be Nightwinged all over the place.
Well, if Merc shows up, I'm actually okay with that. I'd like to free him up in tournament.
Ooh.
Actually,
Merc is going to show up.
I hope
Merc is
so.
pre-registered. I read his name.
Yeah.
So
Mike,
real quick.
If I see all the Nightwings in your pool, Mike, I'm gonna be next to you. I'm gonna be yelling at other players' ear. Get him, Mike! Body him!
Can you add Hippo back to the call? He said he got bodied.
Yo, I don't know why you guys can't do this, but whenever I drop
you can
a call,
just join.
I can always just join whenever. He doesn't have to
I
be
just joined
added.
too. I don't know what his deal is.
Maybe he needs to just join the call.
Or you can just add him.
Instead of complaining about it. Got the inner drama of KTF. If only people knew what goes on in the pre-show fistfight.
If only people knew how to work Skype. That's all I'm
So
saying.
can King Hippo be demoted down to Skype? What's that term you call me?
What?
What?
Never mind.
What?
The thing that applies to White Boy and Slips. What is it?
They're
being
the
Skype
worst. I mean, White Boy and Slips are the two worst Skype users on the planet.
Going at number third, me.
Number third? You're also the worst English user?
Yeah, it's kind of a backup, actually.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
Now, did you guys move on from what the topic we were talking about before?
No,
we
just
jumped to
waiting
me.
we're killing time.
Okay.
I called on you, and then you dropped, and so then they asked me
Yeah,
the
I
same
know. My
question.
internet crapped out for a second, but I have an answer.
Well,
So-
before you go, the last person I want to body at KIT is Costner.
Oh.
Oh, don't you have a money match with him?
We do have a money match.
An exhibition.
God,
No,
seriously,
that's actually that is
two of
actually
you-
a
no.
money match.
It's always an exhibition.
All right, whatever.
Don't
Dude,
don't
it's
even
not,
care.
it's not on
I don't
us.
care. I don't care.
Exhibition. You know who does care? The person running the tournament who asked us to refer to them as exhibitions.
But didn't he ask us to refer to the exhibitions he was organizing as exhibitions?
Exhibitions. They are
All right,
exhibitions.
fine. All right, there's an exhibition for $20.
Exhibition.
Cool Whip. Stop talking.
All right, fine, fair enough.
At the end
So
of
you
the
want
day,
to body Costner?
at the end of the day, I want to body Costner because I feel like the guy doesn't read what I post and he just has this agenda. So I just need to body him so that we can move on from this and he can stop talking.
All right then. Shots
Why
fired.
did you decline his arrow mirror match?
He wanted to
Brittany
mirror
Challenger.
match me in the Green Arrow matchup, who is a character that I played maybe. Okay, so I went through Aquaman, Grundy to Nightwing all within the first year, where I was kind of just playing casually, like when I had a chance. But I never actually played the game until maybe a month before KIT last year. So I'm not going to play a character that I haven't played in like a year and a half. Makes zero sense. Zero. None. I don't even know why that's even a relevant topic.
I would like you to know, though, that by saying that you want to body Costner because of his agenda, you've just guaranteed this thread goes to 500 responses. So well done.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
To infinity and beyond.
Well, I promise to stay out of it and let Costner and Lord of the Fly duke it out if it goes to
No,
that.
Cool Whip, you count for at least 250 of those comments.
Dude, Cool Whip. We need to talk about your posting privileges.
I said this, and I don't know, there were like 300 Nightwing threads recently for God knows what reason. And I said this, that what does it say when even I stay out of anything Nightwing related? And I think Lord of the Fly drama qualifies as Nightwing related, even if it's just an
it's
exhibition
not even
with
my
another
fault.
player.
It's just the character I
Saucy.
play.
Well, sure, but I stay out of that too. Trust me.
Well,
But anyway,
I'm not going
I
to
like
respond.
that.
I'm not going to respond to him either. We have a money match. I mean, an exhibition match. It's going to be settled, and that's the only thing that will settle it.
Sure. Yep. Well, good luck.
Hippo, I'm super stoked to hear your response to this KIT thing.
Okay, so I have a couple. So I'm definitely excited to see an exhibition between White Boy and Jupiter. I believe it's first to 5. There's a little bit of history here. If you guys don't know, White Boy did beat Jupiter at, I believe, MLG Anaheim this past year. At the time, I don't know if it was considered an upset at the time, but it definitely stopped Jupiter. Jupiter was one of the favorites to actually win that tournament, so it was actually a pretty big deal when it happened. And Jupiter frequently loses to Doomsday, if you've noticed his patterns in the past couple tournaments. And White Boy is often thought of to be at least one of the best. So it'd be really interesting to see this rematch. Now here, Jupiter got his run back in Casuals at EVO, but since then I don't think they've played. So this is going to be really interesting. And I think it might, that matchup goes a lot back and forth, and I think we might might be able to try and iron something out after we see that one. Another one I'm looking forward to, and it might not happen in the tournament, but Blind Ducky and Honeybee. Now this is going to be interesting because you have two kids, can't shut their mouths, always yell, talk.
Penis.
Yes, that often comes out of his mouth. Two guys that are super confident, big character loyalists, and they have been snipping at each other in the forums. And it'll be pretty interesting because Ducky does play a Flash player on occasion, would seemingly know the match, is confident. He also beat the second best Flash in the world, Mr. Zyfox himself. So it'll be super interesting to see them, play casuals or even just play in tournament. I think it'll be really interesting. I can't wait for the blowback from that. And then, let's see. I think Max vs. King will be nice. First to 7. I believe that's the main of the quote unquote main event of the exhibitions. That'll be interesting to see. Another one I'm looking forward to is if 16-bit plays Honeybee. I think that would be super interesting because it's a match that we actually see decently enough at GGA. Jim and 16-bit play sometimes, not all the time, sometimes. And he's actually pretty confident in that matchup. And if you notice, he actually has a pattern. He beat Harold pretty bad at Final Round.
That's what I was about to ask you about. Didn't he play Harold and body him?
Yeah, he beat him pretty rough. And he is confident that match is a match that Catwoman can actually play in and put up a good match. And I don't know if Honeybee disagrees or not, but I know that he's pretty much, set on his Flash domination theory. So having those two play again, I believe they played the last tournament they were at, which I can't remember which one it was. I think it was UFGT. But it'll be interesting to see those two play again, and I'm really looking forward to that as well. So I think those 3 matches in particular, there's a little bit of history there, and I think it'll be interesting to see the fallout from those.
Yeah, actually 16-bit says that the Flash matchup is the matchup he enjoys playing the most in a game, as in actually enjoys. It's not just about being confident, he actually likes playing it, which, as a Catwoman player, apparently there aren't many matchups you enjoy playing in the game, but that's one thing, he talks about. So, yeah, I'd actually love to see that.
It'll definitely be interesting. Because I mean, there's a lot of flash talk lately, but a lot of it hasn't really panned out. So we'll see if that happens this tournament.
So I'm a little upset that nobody mentioned Pig's $300 money match.
Why would we? It's not happening.
I don't think Tawdry Max is going.
Well, I mean, I feel like whether he's going or not, it's something that we would all look forward to seeing, correct?
Would we?
I don't know.
I mean,
Most likely going to be
I don't
free.
enjoy
It
Tenos.
was going to be free.
Dude,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's gonna be
I have to say this. Everybody
I
was so hype about this when the thread originally happened, and I kept saying this, and Tawdry Max was taking it as if like I was being a dick or something. I was like, why are you guys excited about this? This is not like after the third game, you're not even going to be paying attention to the stream. You're going to be half watching it because it's pretty much going to be obvious that like this is free.
So we're all in
think this-
agreement that it was going to be free.
Yeah, I think that goes to what Jack was saying earlier. It'd only be hype if Tawdry Max was winning. Like, one of those matches we expected to be free, but it wasn't.
But that was never going to happen, though. Like, realistically, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Tawdry has been. I mean, remember when that dude wouldn't shut up about how bad Deathstroke was in the same weekend that Eris won Wednesday Night Fights and the Slips got like 4th at UFGT? Dude's a absolute clown.
Dude, like, literally 1 month before he challenged Pig to that money match, well, I guess that was a money match, but if it happens, it's an exhibition. 1 month before he challenged Pig to that exhibition, he was like, he made a thread saying, like, I'm absolutely hopeless against zoning, can somebody help me? And like a month later, he's suddenly ready for Zod. I find that a bit hard to believe.
Anyway,
I think he was doing it. I mean, he might have been doing it just to poke the bear a little bit. But even then, the responses were just asinine and dumb.
Yeah.
It was unbearable. Part of me is actually happy it's not happening, but I mean, I took a look at the registrations. He wasn't on there unless he registered as a different name, but I really don't think so. It hasn't showed up on TYM in ages. So I think there's a pretty obvious link between his disappearance and the fact that this is apparently not happening. Like, he hasn't been on TYM since November or something.
yeah, I feel like we needed to talk about it briefly. We don't need to give it too much attention because I also don't think it's happening, but I figured it was worth a brief discussion.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
According to the person who yawned.
So the next question is a three-parter. Okay. Who has something to prove? Which character has something to prove? And who can afford a bad showing and who can't? Starting with King Hippo.
Well, I don't know. I had something to prove. This is kind of late in the game's life. It's a little erroneous, but I definitely think Flash and Martian need to put up or shut up. In the tournaments with the huge amount of player base, they need to. They really. I mean, top 8's okay, but if the talk is there, we should see them winning. So if that could happen, that would be nice. If not, tone down the rhetoric a little bit.
All
Tone
right.
it down just a little bit. I'm trying to think of anything else.
What about players?
Players, I think King has kind of like been a little shaky. Forever King. Not that he's doing bad, but he's definitely not, last year around this time.
Player to beat.
Quote unquote man to beat. Dr. Matthew Schultz. I think he is the reigning champion, and he will be there most definitely. So I think he doesn't have anything to prove, but I think it would be nice to kind of cement the legacy a little bit to have a good showing at this tournament.
Okay. And then who can afford and who cannot afford a bad showing?
Who can afford a bad showing?
And who cannot?
I think some players like Wound Cowboy, 16-bit, probably Pig, a couple other guys, that have done really well across the game's life, or got top 8 at Evo. I think if they go and they lose, I mean, it sucks. It probably sucks to them, as a competitor. No one likes just going and getting destroyed. But I think that, their quote-unquote legacy is fine. I don't think anyone's going to think any less of them. Who cannot afford to? That's a really good question because I don't know like who exactly is going off the top of my head.
Well, even if they're not going, just name people you feel like should not be able to afford a
All right.
pass shot.
You want me to name you the notable names going? Because I've got them down, actually.
You don't have to name them. I think I could probably figure it out based on top. Who's going from the West Coast? I think a lot of people are, so it's got to be primarily East Coast, Midwest. I think Perfect Legend getting a top 8. Like, I think he's definitely proven that he's definitely decent at this game, but I think for how much he wants, I mean, it's Perfect Legend, so I'm not really, it might be a bit of a stretch to ask him to please stop asking, like, your God's Gift and Justice, Gods Among Us from the creators of Mortal Kombat, but I think a top 8 here would definitely be, then the talk could be a little bit better, but, he's going to do that regardless anyway, so he's not going, and he could have gone playing to win, and if he could, now he can finally shut his mouth. Constantly on Twitter with the complaining, absolute insanity. He's not going, but I mean, Jesus, man, Jesus, tone it down, please. Who else cannot afford to do anything?
I like how Hippo just asked Perfect Legend and playing to win to be rational. Like, yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, Rational Jim's going to be there. He would have talked some sense into him, but
That's not true. We saw what happens at Frosty.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, damn, I forgot about that.
What happened at Frosty? What are we talking about?
Oh, that's a long
man.
story.
Okay.
Basically, PL paused.
Oh, that's okay. The pause. I didn't realize which tournament that was.
Yeah, that was a whole pause.
Well,
scandal.
I mean, that was one of PL's pauses.
Well, there was
Right,
one at final round too. So
Right.
Oh,
Now, hold on. He didn't pause it at final round. You didn't hear the full story, even though it totally.
I was
said
at final round. I
paused.
was watching it. So
I'm being sarcastic, dude.
oh, sarcasm. I approve.
another one last one. I think who would really rather do well than not do well, I think, is Ducky. He hasn't had he's had a pretty decent 2014, but it hasn't been nothing as solid as that NEC third. I believe it was third place. And I mean, he's a kid and he likes to talk a lot, but it happens and he talks a lot. I think a top 8 here amongst a very elite source of players would be very nice. West Coast Warzone was very nice, but was nice. I don't know if it was very nice. I think KIT would be very nice to helping cement his reputation as a sort of top player. And I think, would just do good to, put some credit behind. I mean, he talks a lot of crap. I love him, but, he's always spouting off one way or another. If he wins here, got to hold that for life.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I like the way he talks, though. It's fun. It's fun for me.
Would you say you like the way his mouth moves? Would you say he has a pretty mouth, Fly?
I would not say
You got
that.
a pretty mouth, boy.
Yeah, is there something you want to tell Blind Ducky here on this podcast?
And Cool Whip,
Penis.
you're up.
That is...
I think actually, it's pretty interesting. We need to keep in mind that this is kind of like the penultimate big Injustice tournament before MKX drops and everybody starts being like, oh, I'm not practicing this game or whatever. You know what I mean? We don't know if it's going to be at EVO or not. It might not be. A lot of people would say it probably won't be. So between this and especially final round, these are kind of like the last 2 tournaments where like competition from everywhere is present at the same time, and Injustice is the only game to play. So for a lot of people, these are their last chances to kind of cement themselves. So I would say, for the first question was like, who's got something to prove? Was that the first question?
Yep.
All right, who has something to prove? All right, you know what? I'll go ahead. Emperor Merc has definitely something to prove. We've seen the online exploits. He's done well. When I saw him beat Cowboy on King's Stream, that was super impressive. But, offline, he went once at final round, was 1 match away from making top 8, but not really. It was about 5. So this is honestly Hold on.
This
HomeLee,
was
don't
not
throw
a
me off.
setup by any means.
No, this was totally improvised, I promise. He's definitely got some to prove. Also, Mr. Mike Edwards, Lord of the Fly, I do think you have some to prove. That which is mainly
What?
related to your character.
What?
You know, you've hold on, you've done well with him. You've
Dude,
done
Kulip
no,
is
hold
pretty
on.
much stealing all my answers.
So no, I'm not saying you can't afford a bad showing, that I'll get, but I do think you have something to prove. Final round was a great performance, but many would say, you caught people off guard, some didn't know the matchup, whatever. Well, now's your time to prove that final round was not a fluke. Period. So I'm not saying you haven't done well. I mean, it's not like you've been to many tournaments. Was final round the last tournament you've actually been to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
So it's kind of your chance to cement what you did at that tournament. I would also say Blind Ducky, who I got nothing but love for, and according to what he was saying on the stream, well, actually, no, you know what? We'll keep this PG. I love Ducky, truly, and I think him getting third at NEC last year. Well, I guess that wasn't last year, 2013. Now that was sensational. But Hippo was saying he's got a good 2014, but nothing stellar. I think a top 8 here would kind of cement him by the time Injustice kind of dies or fades away. When people would talk about Blind Ducky, they would talk about him as one of, say, the top 15-ish players in the game's history. You know what I mean? So he would be among that elite group. And so that's pretty big. There's not so much something to prove, but maybe a chance to kind of cement, I don't know if legacy is probably too big a word, but you know what I'm trying to say. As far as, what was the next, okay, which character has something to prove?
Yep.
I would definitely go with Flash. Okay, I'm a firm believer in Flash. I do think he's proven he's a very good character because he's sort of, always present at that top 8, at least since Honeybee, picked him up. But I think Flash is actually better than his results suggest. I think Flash players also think Flash is better than the results suggest so far. So Flash needs to make a splash. God, that was terrible. Anyway, I would say a top 4 showing. I absolutely
right now.
Yeah, I absolutely do. I apologize.
On your knees.
So, Honeybee's the only Flash player over there. I guess Sickness now, you just said plays Flash, but he's the only sort of exclusive Flash player over there, and let's face it, he is the best Flash player by far.
Is the Northeast
I'm
going at all to KIT?
Oh, Jim is over there. That's true. What were you saying, Hippo? Sorry, what were you saying, Fly?
I was just going to ask, is Northeast going at all to KIT? Like, is Zyfox and those guys going?
Well, even if Zyfox went, I don't think it would have made a difference. And now the thread is going to be 1,000 replies long. No, that was just a total bait. Northeast, I think Jupiter, Claude, and Costner are going. Armor can't go. KDZ can't go. Yeah, I'm especially with KDZ and Armor. Those are kind of notable names. Anyway, so I do think Flash needs to do something notable in this tournament. So that's as far as characters go. As far as who can't afford a bad showing, Perfect Legend. I actually, don't dislike him as much as many. His Injustice results, had it been anybody else, had he been, say, I don't know, maybe Blind Ducky would have been.
Is Perfect Legend actually going? I didn't know he was
He's
going.
registered. He's actually registered.
Wait, is this just because he mains Kung Lao and Batman? Is this your way of downplaying? Come on.
No, how am I downplaying? I'm saying he can't afford a bad showing.
All right.
He cannot.
Just testing you.
No.
Continue.
No, absolutely. No, I'm saying for a guy who's a 2-time EVO champion, 3-time EVO champion, but 2-time Mortal Kombat EVO champion, so his standards are, let's be honest, the standards that apply to him don't apply to most other players. And his Injustice results by comparison. Now, he can say he wasn't passionate about the game, whatever. I don't want to hear it. Basically, his results really haven't been up to par with his Mortal Kombat results. And in fairness to him, it's really difficult to live up to back-to-back EVOs. I don't think anybody's asking him to win EVOs twice, but he's been much more inconsistent in Injustice than he was in Mortal Kombat. I mean, in Mortal Kombat, he was pretty much a lock for top 8 in most tournaments with, the occasional odd showing here and there. But in Injustice, he's been kind of, shaky. Now, in the summer, he went to back-to-back East Coast majors, did well, got top 8 in both. So now with, outside competition too, I think, him making top 8 would probably give him a bit of closure too, so he can probably, as Hippo said, maybe stop talking about this, even though he won't. So I don't think he can afford a bad showing at all.
Can I challenge you on that just for a second? Because it sounds
sure.
It sounds like you're saying that if he doesn't make top 8, then he all of a sudden is not going to be in other people's top 8s for MKX in the first few months of the game.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that at all. It's a different game. We don't know who's going to... I fully expect PL to be very good at MK. He's going to be very good. He's very good in Injustice.
I'm saying that with the precedence of, if this is the last 1 or 2 tournaments of Injustice and the game starting to die out, and he can't afford a bad tournament, it's almost as if his relevance is dropping off. But in reality, I don't think it matters. I think he can afford a bad tournament, because even if he goes 2 and 2 or something, it's not going to matter. He'll still be in everybody's top 8 predictions for future games. So,
here's the thing: you're looking at the future. I'm looking at the past. Like, I have no doubt that PL is going to be in top 8s in MKX. I'm pretty sure he's super pumped about the game. I'm sure. Listen, this dude is very, very good at fighting games, so he's going to be fine no matter what. I'm strictly relating this to his previous results at Injustice, not going forward. Like, I have no doubt PL is going to be making top 8s in Mortal Kombat. I don't think he could win this tournament or go 0-2, and I don't think it would affect my opinion, or it shouldn't affect anybody's opinion as far as, like, how well would he do at MKX. I'm just looking, like, I'm relating this to his Injustice resume, which has been pretty solid, but not perfect legend good. You know what I mean? That's all.
Because his standards are so high. I got you.
Yeah, exactly. So for PL, and I mean, keep in mind, PL talks a huge game, not just a big game. He talks a huge game. And we all remember the training wheels, and a lot of the people he downplayed ended up doing far better than him. Pig got second place at EVO. He said Theo is overrated, and then Theo 3-0'd him. So a lot of that talk, okay, I understand he was doing it for the hype and all, but I mean, you gotta deliver, man. That's all I'm saying. So it's not like, he's not a fraud if he doesn't. It's just, a top 8 here would I think it would silence a lot of the critics, because I do think a lot of the critics are actually too harsh on him as far as Injustice, saying, like, he's not an average Injustice player by any means. He's very good. It's just not, not as good as he was in Mortal Kombat. So I do think he can't afford a good show. Who can afford a bad showing? I think anybody who's made top 8 at EVO and was pretty consistent in making top 8s last year, I'm not honestly, it's not bias or anything, but like, Pig of the Hut kind of had a fantastic 2014. If he doesn't make top 8 here, he's got an EVO medal. The same applies to 16-bit. If PPJ were going, or Newbie, I'm quite bummed out that only white boys coming among the Florida guys. I was really looking forward to see Gross and Newbie play, but those guys, probably anybody who made top 8 at EVO and made top 8s pretty consistently in 2014 can afford bad showings. And yeah, was there any other question in there? I feel like I talked for half an hour.
Yeah, you did, but you're good. You covered it. HomeLee, your turn.
Right. Okay, let me see. I'm just gonna lump who has something to prove and which character has something to prove together. Coolip already said it, but I'm definitely gonna say Nightwing, because you and Merc definitely outplayed the shit out of him, like, a lot. And if you both, one of you at least needs to break top 8, but if both of you don't, I feel like it's gonna be a pretty big blow up on both of you. I think both of you could definitely do it, but if you guys don't, you're going to get blown up for it.
That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
I mean, Mike, I think you're a phenomenal tournament player. You just suck at casuals.
Alright, so are you lumping Nightwing and us two into both of those first 2 questions?
Pretty much.
What about the bad showings, and who can afford a bad showing and who cannot?
Who can afford a bad showing? I mean, I guess, like 16-bit, Pig, and all of them. I think Wound can definitely. I mean, in my opinion, Wound's definitely like a top 5 player in general in Injustice. So, like, if he loses or he gets eliminated, I don't think anyone's really gonna care. But like, yeah, Wound's still good. He just had a bad tournament or something like that. I think people like, I guess like, like Blake, he'll post a status saying, oh yeah, well, there goes my return injustice back to full-time KI. And then next status update saying, well, register for injustice at KIT. Here I go. I'm just like, what?
So
who
Blake
can't afford a bad showing?
Are you saying Blake cannot or
Yeah.
he can?
He can.
He can't afford a bad
He's
showing.
already set that option select. He's already set the option select with that first status update. But who can't? I would say King. He won last year's KIT. He is sponsored by KIT. I mean, if he doesn't at least, I think he needs to win it all. Otherwise,
Plus
that's
2
just not
points
good
for
on him.
mentioning that he's sponsored and cannot afford a bad showing. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, he's sponsored by the tournament, so he needs to win at least. Like, I don't think he can even afford to get second, honestly.
What do you mean win
That's
at
my
least?
thing.
There's no. It's not at least.
Yeah.
You can only win. There's no
Sorry.
more. There's no topping that.
I'm on meds. I'm sorry. But yeah. Who also can't afford a bad showing? I mean, that's honestly all I can think of. I want to save some time since Cool Whip took forever.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Jack, you've been so patient, sir.
Your NRS gods can afford to have a bad showing. If 16-bit or Pig has a bad tournament, it doesn't matter. They have cemented themselves. I mean, dude, look at the resumes that those two guys are sporting. I don't care if they go 0-2. Like, that's they're all good. So, Bit and Pig, they're gravy, baby. I'm trying to think if anyone else falls into that category of super cemented. I don't know. I think you guys might be being a little hard on King. Now, it would be, in fairness, a blow-up if being sponsored by the tournament and for how much King talks, if he got, like, 17th or something. But you saying he needs to win, I mean, if the dude gets 4th, I don't think that's a blow-up. I think that's just fine. Although I would argue that King's Batman has something to prove, because it apparently can't win any matchup that's even, or even it's only 6-4 in his advantage. So his Batman's got something to prove. The player with something to prove, and, I'm going to get blown up for this because I'm sure everyone under the sun is already saying, LOL, he doesn't play this game anymore. I don't care because I've had to hear the talk for a year. Deg has something to prove. I'm sorry.
Oh, Deg's going?
There's been a lot of talk about him and Zatanna. He uses Aquaman for over half his matches anyways. If he's not playing the game, I'm sure he's just going to use Aqua most of the time, just because why not? I don't actually personally have anything against Deg. We've had this on other podcasts. I downplay Zatanna, and I think Zatanna holds him back. But the moral of the story is, anytime Deg goes to a tournament, I have to hear about how he's going to win it for free. In fairness, I haven't heard it this time because I don't think people know he's going. But Deg is going, and he's going. And this is his last hurrah, so Deg has something to prove. And if he wants to use Zatanna, Zatanna has something to prove. Further, to go back to what Hippo said, I mean, all I've heard is how broke Martian Manhunter is, but the results don't necessarily bear that out once you get off the East Coast. And no, that was not an East Coast blow-up. I'm just saying it's only in the East at the moment where he's winning. Could be a matchup thing. Could be Jupiter's familiarity with his opponent's thing. I don't know. But outside of there, and also Dab winning his local occasionally, I mean, Martian got, 17th at EVO. Martian didn't win MLG, so for broke, so broke. Martian better win this tournament. Martian needs to win this tournament twice. He needs to win, and he needs to win 3-0ing everybody, and then he needs to 7-0 everyone in exhibitions. Otherwise, this Martian thing is a huge pack-up. Not saying that he might not be that broke of a character, but considering how everyone has yapped about it, and he's done nothing, Martian absolutely has something to prove at this tournament. Unfortunately, I'm fairly positive the only high-level Martian going is Jupiter. I don't have the list in front of me, so if I skip someone, I apologize. I don't mean to offend anyone, but to the best of my knowledge, he's the only one. That's a lot of pressure on Jupiter, who I've never met, but from all reports, he's a really nice guy. So I'm not trying to put him on blast here or anything, but for all the gobble-gobble turkey that's been going on about Martian for the last 18 months, Catwoman has a better resume than Martian Manhunter, and she's a shitter. Green Arrow has a better resume, and he's a shitter, courtesy of Chris G. So I'm just saying, Martian, a lot to prove. Deg, a lot to prove. On the PL thing that everyone talked about, I think you guys are overrating and overblowing that entire thing. After Training Wheels, it doesn't matter what PL does. He can win this tournament, and that doesn't make up for what he said before. Further, if PL gets 25th, it's, oh well, LOL. He's not that great at Injustice. So the PL storyline, it's not a blow-up of PL. It's just what's happened over the last year, the way everything's played out. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It is what it is. He could come in.
Same old
he
story.
He can do really well, but I don't think you can change what's already happened in the past with PL. I think that's an overblown storyline.
All right. I feel like we've hit this topic real hard. I'm going to move on to the next topic. Is everybody cool with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Points have been awarded. Marks have been made. I'm going to go ahead and do an update really quick just so everybody knows at home who's ahead and who's losing.
Everybody wants to know.
What?
That's a wrestling reference. Sorry, you wouldn't get that.
Yeah, sorry.
When Cool Whip asked Vandy if he likes wrestling, did you immediately just pass out?
It's actually chloroform to fly.
I immediately fell asleep. Couldn't function.
Yeah.
So right now in the lead we have Vandy. Surprisingly, who's been off the call for like an hour. He's still winning with like 24 points.
Dude, if Vandy wins, you think he'll come back and host?
Dude, it'd be so tight. Second place is a tie between, surprisingly, Hippo and HomeLee with 20 points.
All right.
20, jeez.
20? It was just one question.
What? One question? Where have you been the last... How long
Are you counting the okay, I thought...
There were points being...
we weren't getting points for asking
points were
Mandy
happening
questions,
the
sir.
whole time, my sir.
Sorry.
Flies on top of this, man. He's not letting any point go unnoticed.
Exactly. And then in third place, we have Cool Whip, and unfortunately, Saucy Jack, this isn't your week. You are in last place. Cool Whip has 18, Saucy Jack has 17.
That's a pack up, but that's the number of Mark Grace, so that's tight. I accept that.
I'm glad you're happy with it.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have our next Bill or Thrill topic, and this is the only proper time to do this because I will not be able to speak. Bill or Thrill,
Don't
Nightwing,
speak.
open forum,
Just what you're
go.
thinking.
Wow. Did you just think Gwen Stefani?
No
What's the
doubt.
actual-
I
Yeah,
did.
no doubt.
Yeah,
It's
that
a
was no
dance name.
doubt.
Yeah.
Tragic kingdom, son. The Nightwing
Right.
forums are a tragic fucking kingdom.
It's the perfect song. Now,
Who's
open
going
forum.
first? I was singing over it. Who's going first?
There's no first. Whoever wants to chime in, Bill or Thrill, Nightwing, go.
I'm gonna go first because I can do that. And this way I can go take a piss when I'm done. Nightwing, Bill, or Thrill? That is the question. It's relative, and here's why I say that. The concept of Bill comes from who's selling it, and if you talk to certain Nightwing players, I mean, Nightwing has to be a Bill because certain Nightwing players pretend like he doesn't even have normals. Like the character just stands there, can't block, can't move, and just gets bodied by everyone. So to those characters, he's obviously a huge thrill because they think he's terrible. On the other hand, you have people like, and I love you to death, I know you're going to listen to this, but like Cruza de Bruza, who I have brainwashed into thinking Nightwing is completely broke. Cruza, I have him convinced Nightwing's like top 5, so, to him, Nightwing's a Bill. But in reality, the way the forums have gone, the way people have posted, the way people like Quark, who refers to Nightwing as the worst character in the game, that's harsh. I think overall Nightwing is actually a thrill. I think he's better than people give him credit for. I'm not going to try and tell you that he's blowing people up, but he does well in matchups that matter. What I mean is he does well against Doomsday. Well being relative, he's not getting bodied. It's probably just even. But Doomsday's a super common tournament character, so it's cool that he does well. Nightwing does have a 50-50, which in this game is a huge deal for offense. And when he locks you down in the corner, there's a lot of characters that you just have to hold it, and you just have to guess. And I'm sorry, when you have a character who can run offense like that, based entirely on your opponent has to guess, and there isn't shit they can do about it otherwise, that's good in its own way, shape, or form. He's not useless. His zoning in both stances is acceptable. It's not OP. It doesn't suck. It gets the job done. He does well against Bane, too. It's another top character he does well against, courtesy of his zoning. His drawbacks are the ones that everyone knows. He's very meter dependent, which is kind of a problem sometimes. In staff stance, there are some interactables that he can't do anything about, so I get it. There are some issues. That's why he's not a perfect character, but the thought process that pervaded the community for a long time, that Nightwing was just this absolute bottom feeder shitter who didn't have a prayer and needed new tech just to get past fireballs, that's ridiculous. So overall, from the community perspective, I would say Nightwing's a thrill.
Interesting. All
Right,
right,
I'll go next.
Who's next?
I'll go next. I think this is quite weird. I can't go one way or the other. I think if you honestly compare him to other legit thrill characters in the game, he's not a thrill. You look at characters who can dominate footsies, the very top characters in the game, sorry, like Aquaman. I actually forget about the top four. They're super broke. But even moving, a bit beyond, you look at Sinestro, Flash, Doomsday, Bane. They all have dominating footsie, and on top of that, they have dirt to boot. Whether it's Oki, it's 50-50s. Not that Nightwing doesn't, and I'll get to that in a moment. You get even characters like Wonder Woman or Batman with a lot of, whether it's air mobility, Batman's trait, makes him ridiculous in some situations. You get Wonder Woman, her normals are pretty good. She's got 50-50s, awesome corner game, great Oki, great air mobility. Superman, also great footsies. On top of that, ability to make you guess and really good damage. So they got dirt and they got little things, or supposedly little things, they're probably not that little, to complement that dirt, which, gets them over the top to be great characters. Whether it's interactable control, for example, Batman releasing Bat and, Dumpster or the Roomba all day, or even Deathstroke and Batgirl make you, second guess yourself before jumping up for interactable. Stuff like that makes it, that makes quite a bit of difference in a lot of matchups. Now, or even you look at characters who have problems, which Nightwing definitely has a lot of problems. They have other ways to compensate. So, we've heard a lot of talk about Green Lantern's mobility. Well, he still has great walk speed, and albeit admittedly in a game in which even great walk speed isn't that great, but still it's better than most. And he's got a ridiculous footsie tool that reaches full screen. Obviously, it's a hyperbole here, but that happens to be a low, regulates a lot of footsies. So he has that to compensate. When I look at Nightwing, he's got rangy attacks, I guess, and staff stance, and good corner game, matchup specific Oki, but still multiple ways to blow up wake ups and that stuff, but he's got super shitty mobility. It's almost like it's a trade-off with him. If you want to use your dirt, you gotta sort of sacrifice certain things. On some stages, Nightwing matchups also are probably more than most characters in the game. Maybe he, and to a lesser extent Lex, are really affected by stage selection. Gets bodied by certain zoners. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to claim to be an expert on Nightwing matchups, but I don't even know how you can do it against Zod, for example, or even to a lesser extent Sinestro. So I don't. I mean, when you're in staff stance, I feel sorry for your jump arc. You can't even do cross-ups. That in a game like Injustice, having poor mobility and poor aerial mobility, I think that matters a lot. However, he's got tools. So it's not like he's a complete shitter. I mean, he's got tools to make him compete even in most of his losing matchups, and which probably means, which makes him in some ways tournament viable. And, Jack made a great point. Even though he loses to wacky characters that are kind of like underplayed, like Hawkera, for example, or I don't know. Does he lose to Killer Frost? I know, Mike, you said you're not going to interfere, but I guess he might lose to Killer Frost, and yet nobody plays her. But he does well, meaning like even or better against like Batman, Doomsday, Bane, even Aquaman, Batgirl. So that sort of stuff. And that, I mean, if you're holding your own against these characters, and you still have good enough tools to compete even in matches you lose, then what? You're left with like maybe 2-3 unwinnable matchups then, or two, well, not unwinnable, but super difficult matchups, then that's not that different to many other mid-tier characters in the game. So I'll just go ahead and say he's neither a Bill or a Thrill. I mean, he might be a Bill, he might be a Thrill if you compare it to the downplaying, and he might be a Bill compared to the upplaying. So he's somewhere in the middle.
That was the longest lukewarm cop-out I've ever heard.
Well, I mean,
I am stuck in the middle with you.
All right, I'll be honest. I generally think Nightwing. If nobody upplayed him, I think he'd be a Bill. If I just looked at the rest of the cast and just compared him, I'd be like, nah, this character is a Bill. Honestly,
that's all I wanted.
Just to
You
be
could have
clear,
saved us 10 minutes.
Hold on. So just to be clear, yeah, you talked for 10 minutes with a lukewarm answer. You got called out, and then in the next 15 seconds, you're like, "Oh, I mean, he's a Bill. Get out of here."
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to hold my ground and stick to my lukewarm answer? You're putting me on the spot. I'm giving you an on the spot answer. What more do you want?
To do that originally, brah.
Well, that's still can't change the past, bro.
Get at me, brah.
If you change the past, Nightwing would have a few top 8 showings. Anyway, I mean, honestly, if you block out the Nightwing community, which most of us wish we could do, he'd be a Bill.
I like it. Who's next?
I'll go. I'm a big believer in Nightwing. I'm not like he's secret within the best characters in the game. Like I definitely when the start of the game hit, and Rio and Tom were selling that bill that Nightwing might be the best character, and then Rio pulled us out and proceeded to embarrass the whole world at ECT. I think he's pretty solid. I think in the context of the game, the way it turned out. I mean, he really just has to get around the fact that Eskrima sucks. It's just not very good.
Eskrima?
He really wants.
Did you just say Eskrima?
Yeah.
Isn't it an Eskrima?
Well.
Can we just refer to it as wingding stance and move on?
So
it's the first for me. I'm just sorry.
Eskrima sucks, which is it's a big issue, but ultimately you want to get in the staff stance where he's got cheap stuff, good pressure, 50-50. The whole crux of it is that once he gets a hit, he should be able to go into staff spin and then walk up and do a 50-50 that will stuff your wake up. Which, in any character, people talk about how Catwoman's broke because she has that. Imagine a character with like Nightwing with the tools that he has. Pretty good projectiles. Pretty impressed. When his pressure's on, like he's close, it's good. It's pretty good. And I think, 50-50s, those stuff wake ups at the same time is really, it's the same thing we pump Wonder Woman up as having too. Nightwing has them. It's just his ways to get them are as easy as other characters, so I can understand why he's not placed very high. He's probably still a pretty sizable mid-tier character, but you have to wager that the factor of, you do get a 50-50 that's pretty strong, and does pretty good damage too. He's not like a character who does bad damage on his 50-50. He's probably doing like 35-40. Pretty good. So I think he's solid. He does have, his own issues, but I don't think they're damning. Like I don't think it might be like against like a character like Zod. Probably it's bad enough that he might need to switch his characters. But I think he's overall. I would say he's Thrill. I wouldn't comment on the community in general. Like they don't. This is not a blow up of anyone. I really don't think. I think people got their mindset early on him and just refused to change it. So you have this character that kind of stagnated, and he stagnated only because the people playing him were so dead set on their own opinion that it never panned out, which is a shame. You should never have that mentality with a character. You should play your character until the end of the game, the way the game is advance and all that stuff, and then figure out where he places in the end. And it's just my opinion that Nightwing happens to play fairly okay. You know, he does good against like Aquaman and probably Batgirl and probably Martian. And Zod kind of sucks. A couple other characters kind of suck, but I think you could ask for a lot worse. You ask for a lot worse in a character. Thrill.
HomeLee, this is your chance to pull ahead.
All right. I think the character is also a thrill. In my opinion, I think he needs a player that's actually has really strong fundamentals to be good with him. Like if there's a player that just straight up relies on gimmicks and vortexes, he's just straight up going to suck with Nightwing. Like he's not going to be good with the character. He's going to downplay him. He's going to think he's a shitter. But he's got two, everyone knows he's got two stances, Eskrima and this staff, and I think that it's just meant to like balance each other out. Like if he had like Eskrima mobility and staff stance, I think he'd be pretty broke. Like because the bad thing about Eskrima is he doesn't really have any mix-ups, but he's got some pretty decent zoning. He's got wingdings. He can constantly keep doing jump back 3, and even if it does jump 3 whiff, it can still cancel on the wingdings to keep people at bay. I think he's really good. He's got, like Jack said, he's got a vortex and staff. Like, once he knocks you down, goes in his staff in the corner, and you're a character that doesn't have good wake ups, you better learn to start blocking his stuff or make a right guess. He's like, even like Flying Grayson straight up. Like, I think Flying Grayson's stupid. I think he's got a retarded hitbox. At certain distances, it's safe. Actually, I don't even think. Can anyone even punish Flying Grayson on block?
Hold on. 3 minus 4.
On block, it's safe. The further away he is, he might actually be plus frames at max distance.
Oh,
yeah. However, Flying Grayson does lose to the lead strategy of duck, so easy on the playing of Flying Grayson.
I know. I think it's just because I like to jump a lot, and like I'm like high in the air, and it clips me somehow. I'm just like, what?
A Batman player likes to jump a lot? Get out.
It's called it extra. Read all about it.
They should buff Batman's jump. And at that, they should buff his jump too, because it's a terrible air-to-air.
I've heard that.
I've heard it too, somewhere. I forget.
Did you get to experience it? Did you get to experience it as you tried him out?
I apologize on behalf of Cool Whip when he said that. Remember that.
Damn. There's a rift in the Batman down players here. One of them is only downplaying slightly.
Yeah. I think he's a thrill. He just needs a strong fundamental player to use him, not like someone that relies on gimmicks.
Like staff footsies? I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't do this.
Yes, the fishing is real. Dude, I would respect you, Fly, if you ignore the fact that HomeLee just gave you a backhanded blow up.
I was just about to ask.
No, that's okay.
By the way, yeah.
No,
I agree.
I actually think Fly is one of the 3 Nightwing players that I think that's actually good with him.
Well, I agree with everybody that spoke. Nightwing might be the most mid-tier of all mid-tiers.
What does that even mean?
That literally means nothing.
Exactly. It means that the players with the best fundamentals are going to be the ones that excel with him, right? And if we can't excel with the character, it's on us, not the character. That's just what that means. So I agree.
Well, I think there's a middle ground too. You can acknowledge a character's flaws, but not write them off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a middle ground I think that's never been reached. Like now, a lot of the guys are like, we always thought it was mid-tier. No, you didn't. Okay, let's not rewrite history here.
Yeah.
King John did not sign the Magna Flafla. He signed the Magna Carta. Okay, so let's not. So I think another problem is just like it's Nightwing the corner, blah blah blah. Obviously, he's strongest in the corner, but it's like it's not a straight 50-50 because you could probably wake up out of it, but you cannot jump or backdash out of his mid screen like staff spin knockdown 50-50. You have to wake up, which is pretty good, and he's pretty safe on it, too. It's literally an almost safe 50-50, but you have the option of waking up, of course.
Well, his 50-50s are safe. His standing 2 is not punishable.
Yeah.
Standing 2 is not punishable, and ground pound gives him another 50-50 if you block it.
Yeah.
The only thing, certain characters can jump. Like, I think, honestly, Hippo, blow up to you, maybe Deathstroke's jump.
I've actually tested it. You can actually hold that because I've extensively tested that.
All right, I'll hold it.
Please.
Yeah, there's no jumping out of that. If he does the down 2 staff spin forward dash into the 50-50, even Deathstroke has to hold that.
All right, I like that. That's awesome. Thank you.
So
you saved me 10 minutes in practice mode. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I I do think that the ground blast won't like launch him. Like he doesn't get like actually caught in it, but he gets hit by it, which is decent enough. Yeah. So to me, like that's a pretty big deal. We go on and on about the say 50-50s, and sure he doesn't get it standing, which most people obviously would prefer. But it's not bad. If Catwoman is insanely underrated because she has a full screen armored dash, according to certain players. Then that's pretty good looking for Nightwing.
I have a question, and I apologize that for a minute this might cut out the other three people on the call, and this might be a me and Hippo thing, but I would like to think that some of the listeners will know where I'm going with this, so I apologize to you three. But no, I'm not going wrestling. I'm actually going Street Fighter. What if I'm just going to paint? It's a what if. It's not. I'm not even saying this is it. It's just a hypothetical. What if Nightwing actually has kind of a Gen thing going on, and the reality is there could be some more strength to him, and it really comes from insanely quick, smart stance changes in zoning, in footsies, in block strings. And again, I'm not even saying this is it. I'm just saying, play the fantasy role with me, Hippo.
I respect this. I respect where you're going with this.
It's possible. Obviously, most Gens you'll see do make. Gen makes frequent switches because the jump arc is different. There's certain normals that are different. You don't get the hand special in Crane. There's a lot of differences, and then also the stance switch is instant, and you can't actually see it. So there's obviously differences going in there. But to me, I think one of the big problems though is, even if you try to boil it down to like the strengths of it, I don't think Eskrima has enough strengths to where it's like extensive stance switching. It's good probably when you're playing those characters like a Green Lantern type, where you do have a pretty handy tool and that your projectile will go under other ones.
Right, no, that's true, and obviously, but think about it.
And you get a decent left-right.
There seems to be a prevailing theory, if you will. And I'm not saying that this is wrong. I'm theory crafting. So everyone, now we're out of Street Fighter, so everyone else can join back in. But there seems to be a prevailing theory that in certain matchups, Nightwing has to play in certain stances because it's better, which it may be.
Yeah.
But is it possible that in each of these matchups, it's not so cut and dry, LOL, use a Screama against Bane because wingdings, end of story. Is it possible, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Is it possible that in all of these matchups, Nightwing players, and Fly, this is not me putting you on blast, I'm trying to actually help here.
No,
is it possible
I love this. This is the best thing ever.
That there's other stuff to look into. There might be new mix-ups created. There might be certain screen positionings. The obvious one that everyone knows is if he's caught full screen against a zoner, he needs to switch to a Screama so he can get in. Like, I get that. That's fine. But is there a situation that we could all see where, let's say, Injustice keeps getting played behind the scenes, and 4 years from now, someone comes up with this crazy new, style of Nightwing that does hella stance switches, and it's really broke? I'm not saying it's likely, but I'm also not saying that it's impossible. It seems like because of his ability to cancel things into stance switch, for example, he can cancel, for those that don't play Nightwing, either as a Nightwing player or don't play against a Nightwing, they might not know this. It's just a little thing, but it's something to think about. Like, he can cancel staff spin into a stance change. It's cool, It's just there seems to be so much there that it's possible that there's a lot to Nightwing that we, as a community, have not uncovered yet.
I feel like a lot of Nightwing players get caught in the wrong stance at the wrong time against the wrong character. And a lot of that is blamed on the matchup, when in actuality it should be blamed on the player for not being in the right stance at the right time against the right character. And I think that's a really good point, Jack, is the stances are used for different things, and you need to be in the right stance at the right time. And when you find yourself in that position, it's amazing how much easier it is to get in or to start offense or to punish something that if you're in the wrong stance is impossible. So it really comes down to how well the player can gauge the situation and get into the right stance at the right time. It's a huge thing.
I don't disagree with any of that. I do think, though, and I'm actually going to give Merc some props here, the last time I saw him play, like, for realsies at an offline tournament was final round, and he had this particular match against Sickness that I actually recall pretty well. Where
match.
he did do that a lot. It was a lot of stance switching. He was constantly doing the spark and then stance switching into like Flying Grayson when he would jump over it. It looked cool. Like it looked cool. It looked like it was working. But he definitely he won that match, but he almost lost it. And I think it was because actually he might have lost. I'm actually not sure of the result, but he definitely was super overzealous with it. Constantly switching, and there are holes in certain strings. That's not what he was doing. That's not what I mean. But like he got to, I think, and I mean, if this is a blow up of the game, sue me. But I think there's a big, definitely keep it simple, stupid method where you can switch stances like all day, and it's probably good, like just to kind of keep people guessing and stuff like that. But I think ultimately you really want to boil it down to I have this 50-50 that you must guess on and does a lot of damage. I need to get into this somehow. So I think
I agree. I agree with you totally. That would be more so from in my opinion, from a zoning standpoint. But I'm just saying, and again, I'm not even saying I'm right. I'm just saying I wouldn't rule it out that the potential is there. Right. And I want to end with one super probably controversial thing, but I'm just going to throw it out there and then let you guys go ham and cheese on it. But I actually think Nightwing is one of the best zoners in Injustice, and you can all hold that.
I think his zoning's good.
The combination of Ground Spark, Wingdings, Ground Pound, and Flying Grayson makes him one of the best zoners in Injustice. Real rap.
I don't disagree. I think it's more of like, it's like one of the things like, well, I'll say Deathstroke counter zones. He doesn't really zone. Like, it's not enough really to keep people at bay or really scare them. But it's enough to force when other people start doing it, too. They got to think about it. I think Nightwing does that pretty well. Because he has, he's got the one that goes under a projectile, and then he's got the one where you cannot offer a reprisal after it if he does the meter burn or he does another one. Like, that's pretty good.
Well, some characters can, though. Like, if I'm playing Deathstroke and I go Ground Pound, which is plus, into Ground Pound, your straight gun checks me every time. I can't do that.
Right. Yeah, and I can even backdash out of it. There's a lot of things I could do. But I think, then again, I don't think that's, I think that's just a flaw in the matchup. Like, I do think Deathstroke wins that matchup. But that's neither here nor there.
I disagree with you, but okay.
But it's like, I think you definitely want to, I think a lot of people approach it too much as in, like, for example, when people played Hot Girl, they're like, well, we can't be in staff because, she's flying and blah, blah, it's, it turns into the birds, Alfred Hitchcock, and we can't do anything. Yeah, it turns into that.
Petrified me in high school.
As it should have. Certainly terrified the poor gal that played it.
Terrifying.
But I think one of the things that people think too much of is they associate this stance with this matchup, which I think is detrimental. And this is just, again, my opinion. And my advice would be to think of the matches not as, I need to be in Eskrima, I need to be in staff. Think of it as, my end game is I want to put you in this 50-50, which happens to be in the staff. How I get there, completely up to me. And you got a lot of tools to play with there. So I think that's more of the line of what people should be thinking, and not this matchup equals this. For example, when they play against Bane, they're like, oh, I got Wingdings. All day. Yeah, and it's like, well, I mean, that's working to a point, and if it works, use it. Absolutely. If someone can't do anything about it, why not? But I think you're going to want to abuse that 50-50 when you get it. So
the reality about the staff stance thing, and Fly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm right here. I don't know if everyone remembers, I had a brief foray with Nightwing. We had a bromance for a small while when I was fooling around. So I've looked into a little bit.
Everybody has. Everybody listening has.
Would you say that you had some summer lovin' had you a ground blast?
I would say it was a summer fling, but I respect your pun. Props.
Yeah, I like it.
Forward 2-1-3 cancel into staff spin. If done correctly, you're not missing out or whatever, but if done correctly, cannot be interrupted, right?
Correct.
So that means if you're in a matchup where you want to be in staff, but you're concerned about your mobility, I believe forward 2 is 10 frame startup, correct?
I think it's 9, but I'll give you one frame.
That would be even better. But even if it's 12, my point is, Nightwing has a relatively fast, mid-hitting string from Eskrima that gets him into staff, and should he have meter, gets him a 50-50. So, this, again, not even a blow up at Nightwing players. My point is the options are there to get from Eskrima to staff and do exactly what you need to do. So, I just think in the end game, while he has his problems, we all recognize them. No one is denying the fact that if he's in staff stance at full screen for some reason against fucking Sinestro with trait and he's got the barrels in the Amazon stage, he's bodied. Like, I get it. He can't get out of that. But it seems like Nightwing has answers to at least be competitive. That's all.
Yeah. And I think one thing to make it... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say something completely unrelated to Nightwing. I noticed Cool Whip got dropped, so... Oops, bodied.
Yeah.
We weren't downplaying Batman enough for him, so we just left the podcast.
That sounds actually pretty accurate.
Yeah,
I figured.
Nightwing, the protege.
The only thing... Yeah, protege. The only thing I was going to say was that I think it's important, though... I don't think any of us... Like, I wouldn't say anything I'm saying to blow up, to quote-unquote blow up anyone like, say, Jam or those guys like Nightwing Day Zero. I was just reading this post the other day where they feel apparently insanely disrespected. It's not a level of disrespect. Trust me. It's just, I see things a different way, and it's just another opinion, and I think it might do... If you guys think you're good, absolutely, I love the confidence. I love the passion. But it doesn't hurt to have other people who may or may not be better. I'm not saying I am. I'm not saying whoever else is giving you advice is. Who may just see a different side of it to consider the following. Your character might be good. You know what I mean? Good enough. It might be good enough. Yeah, that's exactly what I should say.
I had an old boss, and he used to say this thing, and it makes perfect sense for Nightwing. You ready? It goes off your good enough. Is your body ready? He used to always say something was good enough for who it's for. And I think that makes perfect sense in this situation. Nightwing's not broke. It's not terrible. But who it's for is for a fighting game player looking to get some wins here or there in a tournament. And that's about all you can ask for, right? I mean, I guess you could maybe ask for Aquaman, but that would be selfish. He's good enough for who it's for. For fighting game players, you have been presented with a character with good zoning and good 50-50s. That's good enough.
Nightwing goes even with Aquaman. Like, it was funny. I'm listening to this, and Nightwing goes even or beats or does well against pretty much every character that was talked about. Like Doomsday, Aquaman, Martian. Like, those aren't his troublesome matchups. You guys said it. His hard matchups are the obscure ones that you don't see as often. The cyborgs, the hot girls, the Sinestro is still pretty common, but
and you know what's crazy is aside from probably a few, I would say there's not enough Nightwing players who extensively traveled and played all the time to really even get like maybe we try this new, I'm going to do this and this until I get to my staff stance 50-50, and you know what? Maybe you crack something. That's the beauty of it. You might look at another way. You might crack that coconut hot girl style. You might find just something else that just clicks and it just makes sense. For example, I was sold for almost a year, that Deathstroke versus Doomsday was really bad.
What? Who was selling that?
You just had no chance. No name. I'm not going to name names, but you didn't have a chance. It just was bad. And I lost to White Boy at SCR. And, it wasn't that bad. It was a 2-1 loss, but maybe they're right. I didn't. And
you couldn't down to your way to victory.
No, I couldn't. So
damn it.
Obviously, I was super emo, and I was getting smacked around a lot by a couple Doomsdays there. So I really thought about it. I really, really thought about it, and I found a lot of things. I listened to a lot of people, and sure enough, when I played White Boy again, it was a very close set. At Evo, I beat him. At West Coast Warzone, he beat me, and we both kind of now agree. We're both doing this to each other. It's probably likely even. Because there's things I found out. I found out from Slips. Slips told me, have you ever looked at Deathstroke's backdash? It's pretty insane. And I was like, oh. And he's like, yeah, try it out. And I tried it against Doomsday's down on Earthshaker. It turns out you can backdash it on block. Completely. Avoid
mid-screen only, right?
You can do it in the corner, but it's almost impossibly hard.
Okay, it's the same way with Nightwing. I can do it mid-screen, just not in the corner.
Yeah, so you can do that, which is nice.
In Eskrima only.
There's also ways to drain out his trait to keep it safe on hit from a down on Earthshaker and keep it safe if he were to block and try and punish. So there's that. I figured out ways around that. And I figured out how to beat his air grab with preemptive jump normals, things like that. And I can jump. If I jump and don't hit a button, I can cleanly jump over meter burn shoulder if not 3/4 of the screen.
Wow.
Things like that. Stuff like that to me this is advice from a lot of different people. I talked to a lot of different people about these matchups and I came to this conclusion. Now, Nightwing community is nice, but I think it's not as I love that they, have this sort of, some of them have this familial sense about them. They just want to be a family of Nightwing players, which is nice, but I think you might need to seek outside help. Yeah, that can be nice, but I think seeking outside help is not a weakness. It's not anything. It's just getting more and more knowledge.
Well, what's funny is, as I'm listening, I learn a lot by listening to other people, how they perceive Nightwing. And I've always said this, and HomeLee, you can testify. I have said nobody is fully ready or prepared for the Nightwing matchup. I feel like nobody 100% understands the Nightwing matchup at its fullest because it's all stance dependent, it's all player dependent, the tendencies are different. And you can say that about every character, but the reality is stances add a whole new level of layers to it, which is super, super fun for me. And that's why I play the character.
Dude, that's pretty much what I told Mike going into his match with Forever King. I was like, just remember, jump 3 wingdings, and I'm pretty sure he's not prepared for the Nightwing matchup.
That's exactly what you said to me, and wingdings, jump 3, it worked.
Also, you have smokes back too. Now, I've heard you can block that on reaction, but I don't think that's true, and it's broke.
How fast is smokes back to again?
15. It's literally the same as Nightwing.
Oh, dang. Yeah.
And it covers the same distance. It hits from begin.
I like his back two, but Eskrima sucks.
It's a good move.
Staff.
Yeah, and Eskrima sucks.
Staff all the way.
Well,
dude, Eskrima has its merits. Hold on. Sometimes, first of all, back two is a good move. Second of all, wingdings is a good move. Third of all, flip kick mix-ups. You can maybe Nightwing players, and actually, I'm going to rephrase that. Everyone does this with their own character, and I think it's a detriment. People see how, quote, easy it is to beat something with their own character, and then stop doing it because they go, everyone knows how to beat this.
Yeah,
stupid. They don't. But hold on. Even though I'm blowing it up right now, I'm guilty of doing this. We all friggin' do this from time to time. Those flip kick mix-ups are a pain in the tuchus. Like, sometimes everyone gets caught by them. I've played Fruza 50 million times, and still, on occasion, he will knock me down in the corner and stance change into a flip kick and then immediately open me up to another combo. And I'm like, damn it, I've seen this 5,000 times. It still hits. So Eskrima, while not as good as Staff, if you were just putting them in a bubble, the two stances, yes, Staff is far superior. But Eskrima has its merits.
Well,
it's got some things. Also, dude, back 1-3, back 1 flip kick, that shit's broke.
Yeah.
Apologize for that 50-50.
So I think Eskrima and Staff complement each other very well, and I think much more so than Wonder Woman's stance switches don't complement her quite the same way, because I feel like Lasso is just way better of a stance than Shield stance, so you don't see Wonder Woman players switching. But the Nightwing character was designed to where it is much more balanced. The two stances balance each other.
I concur completely that his two stances are tight.
Yeah, and I think one last thing is I think a lot of the Nightwing players I heard seem to get really hung up on the fact that flip kick just kind of misses on some characters. That's the thing. In fighting games, there's a lot of character-specific nuances like that kind of suck.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. But again, SoCal guys, there's kind of a thread here.
It's like Goken's
Sonic Boom Brad used to complain about how Doomsday floating characters and say Jim did the same thing with back two flip kick missing on some character. Yeah, it happens, but it's like is that enough to just write him off? A failed design. I cannot say, dude. Paulo, he might need to apologize. It's not worth it.
We also, and I know we need to move on to the next topic. Fly, I'm sorry that I'm slowing you down, but I feel
No, this is my favorite topic ever.
Of course it is, but I feel like we haven't mentioned the most important part of this topic. Damien greater than Nightwing, and everyone can fucking hold that.
He's trying to get points.
Absolutely.
No. Have you not watched me at GBS? Whenever I play Nightwing, I only play Damien. I've been talking about this for ages.
So does Haruza. Haruza plays Damien now. I love it.
Who do you think changed him? He used to use that stupid. What's the second Nightwing costume?
The
New 52.
New 52.
Yeah, he used to use
That
the New
looks garbage.
52 with the, I'm in an emo alt punk band haircut. He used to use that, and I was like, dude, Damien, alternate color. And he was like, oh, this is tight. I was like, yeah, that's right. Damien, better than Nightwing.
Did
I like
Brett
Damien's
the
arm,
Hitman
his
Wing?
armor.
Yeah. Yeah. What, HomeLee?
Damien's armor is a lot more better than Dick Grayson's.
Yeah, it looks tight, dude.
No,
It's
it's
the
funny.
alternate color, man, not the
Yeah.
player 1 color.
Yeah.
It's start. That player 2 color looks
Isn't it like blue? Like it's kind of bluish.
but it's a deep
Yeah.
blue.
Shout
it's
outs
like
to
deep purple.
shout outs
Deep
to
blue.
GP Money.
GP money.
GP Money, he hates Damien. It's so funny.
Everyone, dude, I remember there was a thread about that, and I think it was you and me popping off about Damien, and everyone told us we were dumb.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I think most of the
Here
Nightwing
comes the hot sauce.
community. Okay, I was playing. Who was it? I was playing Xenomorph the other day, and he was like, he heard hot sauce for the first time, and he was really mad about it. I was like, "Why are you mad?"
I mean, it's not the best quote. Let's be serious here.
It's a great quote. It's a great quote.
All right.
Anyways,
I can't believe we just talked about Nightwing this long. That's the most love he's ever gotten.
Yeah, like my internet got bodied for like half an hour. I'm back and you're still on the same topic. I was like, wow, how am I going to timestamp this? And
Well, it
lo and
wouldn't matter
behold, you're still on the
because-
same thing.
it is.
It wouldn't matter because had the 4 other people's internet gotten bodied and you would have been talking, it would have been the same.
Well, not about Nightwing. That's like the one topic I wouldn't talk that much about for sure. And I sure as hell wouldn't say Damien is better than Nightwing.
Because you're really insecure about Nightwing taking over your Batman superhero duties.
That's one thing I'm not I'm really not insecure about. Not in Injustice, not in the comics. So sorry.
Anyways, moving on.
Are we going to
Cool
talk
Whip-
about Jack's Bill Batman?
Cool Whip -3.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I'm bodied
Damn.
anyway. Sure.
super bodied. I agree.
All right, we're moving on to the new year, and I feel like we're at the end of 2014. 2015 is here. We are, 3 days in, actually 4 days since it's
After midnight,
after 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
let it all hang out.
I want to know from you guys, what is your biggest highlight of 2014? And I don't mean you personally, because if it was me, I'd be like, oh, final round. You know, if it was Jack, it might be his tournament he won. I want to know for your highlight that does not include yourself. What is the highlight of Injustice for you? Starting with Jack.
Oh, man. And it can't... I really like talking about me. Are we
I know.
sure?
I can't let you do
talk
it.
about me.
Can't let you do it.
Damn it. My Injustice highlight of 2014. Everyone is going to say bias, and I'm going to say, yeah, it's because he's my friend, and he means a lot to me as a teammate and as a person, so y'all can get boned. PPJ's redemption at EVO was an amazing moment. He wins NEC, and everyone's an exaggeration, so don't blow me up in the thread, but you know what I mean. A lot of people, Hawk Girl, no one knows the matchup, PPJ, whatever, he just does, shenanigans, no fundamentals, blah, 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 blah. And then he has some bad tournament showings. He doesn't do well everywhere after NEC. He's okay, but not great. But when PPJ made top 8, I mean, as a friend, as a teammate, as a person, that was... I can't believe I'm saying this because 16-bit is also a close friend and teammate, but PPJ making top 8 was huge for me. I felt so good for him, and I was so happy for him to get that redemption on everyone blowing him up and everyone saying that he's just a jobber and all that nonsense and he just shenanigans his way. No, man. Evolution. He beat everyone in his path. Makes top 8 winners at EVO. There's no better moment for me than PPJ making top 8 at EVO. That was amazing. I loved it, and that's it. PPJ.
That's exactly what I wanted. That's awesome. All right. I want to hear from Hippo next.
2014, best thing would be probably being in attendance at EVO for, in my opinion, one of the greatest shows of Injustice I've ever seen. I haven't been somehow every year something comes in the way of EVO, and I finally got to this year, and I'm so sad that a lot of people didn't get to see it, but it was quite the show all day, and thank God for Donkey Disc recording everything, because you got to see everything. Most of the good stuff was on there, and it was insane. Upsets everywhere, great matches that went down to the wire. The top 8 was crazy. It was just a great tournament. I'm so happy I was there in person.
All right. Let's go with HomeLee next.
Can I do my top 3? Or can I just do one?
No, do 3. It's fine.
Okay. So I guess number 3 would be it would be at TFC this past year. My friend Matt, I kind of gave a shout out to him a podcast episodes ago, but just like I said, he's a great friend to me, and just watching him beat a lot of top players, and then just one game away from top 8, that it was a fantastic tournament for him, and I was really happy for him.
For those who don't know who Matt is, what's his gamer tag?
Oh, it's as Storm the Gates,
okay.
RM Storm the Gates. Also, number 2 would definitely be it'd definitely be UFly beating not KDZ but King, because I felt like I had a big part of that.
Yeah, dude, that was all you. I give you 100% props for that.
But when you beat him, I was really happy, and I was like, yes! And then, number 1, definitely, people are going to think I'm biased on stuff, but, just watching Pig get top 8 at every major he went to, me and him practiced for a really long time. He, he even sent me messages like, I'm going to get top 8 all these tournaments, and just watch him actually accomplish that and then get second at EVO, which apparently people keep knocking off as a bad thing or something. He did phenomenal, and that was the number 1 of my 2014 Injustice.
Nice. Cool. What?
All right, I'll go 3 very quick things. I'll go number 1. I know it's kind of general, but the fact that the game actually went strong as far as tournament numbers and gameplay. I know it's kind of corny, but dude, we've all been there in the first year. We've heard how unbearable the community was about Injustice, in many ways still is. And, the promises of doom and gloom for every tournament. Oh, the game will die after EVO. The game will not be at MLG. MLG was a disaster. Hurts the game. Blah blah. People are playing. I don't care how many are playing. The fact that these tournaments are healthy. They're getting good numbers still, as evidenced by KIT. Apparently, the drama did not affect it. Cause and effect and all that correlation, whatever it was.
Hold that. Take a chance. You.
Oh, stop.
Does that officially debunk that stupid theory? Like the fact that KIT this year did better than last year, that's it. There's no causation, right? Officially. Statistically speaking, whatever. That's it. That argument was dumb. It's over. There's no way to kind of sugarcoat it anymore. No, but I meant. There's nothing you meant. It's done. It's over. You've been proven wrong. Moving on. MIT pulling out his Deathstroke at EVO. MIT, it's funny, whenever I remember MIT in his moments, remember the Scorpion, just him randomly pulling out Scorpion against Detroit Ballin, top 8 at EVO.
That was so sexy. I'm actually semi-erect just thinking about that moment.
That was fantastic. The striker choice against CD Jr., not so much. But Scorpion, absolutely. Now, granted, Deathstroke isn't exactly Scorpion because it's a better character, but still, I wouldn't say it was surprising because we know the Terry brothers play like everybody, especially MIT. He's kind of, I don't want to say random as far as his character choices go, but he's full of surprises. and it paid off. Him beating Theo was great. I love Theo, by the way, but let's be honest, we talk about Sonic Fox and his domination, but for the first 6 months of the game, it was all about Theo, not Sonic Fox. So Theo went into EVO with a chance to pretty much win every tournament he had entered up until that point. And that would have probably been like a sick year. So that would have been my second favorite moment. And finally, my third favorite moment. I know it's a bit cheating. It's not injustice, but the announcement of MKX. When I saw that trailer, dude, I know it was Khalifa and all that bullshit, but I don't care. Like, I honestly was clapping like a moron alone. I know it's not the most romantic idea, but sitting on the toilet seat. Yeah, I was sitting on the toilet seat, taking a nice dump, and I saw that trailer. I just couldn't stop myself from like clapping in excitement. I was, that I was disgusted with myself in more ways than one at that moment. So yeah, sorry for the graphic description.
Apology not accepted. One more time. Apologize again.
I apologize.
All right.
Again. Thank you.
Right, Mike, what about you?
What about me? Pig getting second at Evo was a huge thing for me. That was seeing the emotion in that guy's face on stage is different when you know the guy so well in person. That meant, I think, just as much to me as it did to him. So that was a huge thing for me. Besides that, I'd say that KIT was super impressive to me, seeing all the Atlanta guys kind of come so deep. I think that was the big thing at
Phrasing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Come so deep. Phrasing in question. We had, how many people in top 8 at KIT? Was it 4 of the 8 were Atlanta people?
Saltface, Pig,
Goomba, and Harold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me was huge. That was a huge moment for me as well.
Atlanta and Chicago chirping at each other was super tight at KIT.
Dude,
that was a fun time.
It was hella tight. I loved it. So that to me was a highlight, as well as Pig getting second at Evo. That was a huge highlight. If I had to go for a third, I have to give Ken the shout out and saying him winning his tournament was huge.
What?
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, Ken and I have history back to the Nightwolf, clique of MK9. So
there was like 4 of us.
It's weird. You guys don't mention that every week at all. Yeah, moving on.
Whatever.
Cool Whip, Salty. Why don't we talk about Batman's Jump 2 some more? Oh, okay. Get dropped from the podcast. Anyways, let's talk about.
There's only 4 of us, anyways.
4-3. Yeah, it's you, me, Big D, and Mr. T in bag, and that's about it.
Absolutely.
Dude, he was good at Evo 2011.
Yeah, he killed it. Anyways,
that guy was tight.
But yeah, that was good. Did everybody go? Everybody said their piece of the 2014?
What was the crowning moment of Nightwolf's MK9 career? Was it Big D beating CD Jr.? Was there something better than that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was definitely the best.
Well, although no one got to see the true crowning moment, which was me bodying Fly in the Nightwolf premiere.
At Final Round last year.
At Final Round, yeah.
That was terrible.
I don't know what was better, that or Fly ducking me in 2013 in the Nightwolf premiere.
You punished my shoulder with like a crouch 1-2-2 combo like every time.
I mean, get on my level, son. I know the Nightwolf
Just use
premiere.
lightning instead.
Dude, lightning, that move was good. Unblockable. What do you
Dude,
want?
it's unblockable in 40 frames.
God.
Unblockable 40 frames, bro. It's a 50-50.
Yeah, it is a 50-50. Are you going to jump and get a full combo, or are you just going to walk up to me and get a full combo? Which are you going to do?
Or am I just going to do a delayed tele 3 for like 44% or something? Oh god, what
cares.
a shitty character. Oh my god. I honestly respect you, Fly. I don't want points because I'm pretty sure I'm down in the dumpster. It doesn't matter by now.
Yeah.
But god, how could you put up with such a shitty character? And
You know
it's
what?
not even a cool character.
He is
What?
cool. Get out of here.
Oh my
dude.
gosh.
Oh my
Hold
god.
on.
Hold up.
You just
Hold
went
on.
to zero. You just
I
went to
want
zero.
everyone around the table to discuss this. But in MK9, the animate... Wait, HomeLee, did you play MK9 at all?
I did a little bit.
No, you didn't. Shut up.
No, I did.
Get up. You don't count. Fuck you. Everyone else.
No.
Everyone that matters. Dude, the between victory animation, like you just went around, you don't win the match. Nightwolf, the chest pound was the coolest one in the game, dude.
Top 10.
I want everyone's opinions, but that was so good.
Top 10 throws in the game. Nightwolf, trip, lightning to the chest.
Yeah,
Done.
Aquaman stole that. He needs to give it back.
Yeah, he did.
I have a confession to make. My first main in MK9, the Wolf.
Join
Absolutely.
the reservation, my son. We've got
Thank you.
casinos and firewater.
And you know why I made him? Because when he won, he stepped back and did that fucking chest pound.
That's
Yes.
right. That's right.
Hold that cool whip.
Yes,
Nightwolf
hold
is cool,
all the
man.
that's.
I have
Shout
to
outs
mute
to
my
Slips.
mic just
Smoke
for
that
you guys all to
coyote.
hear all the puking sounds that's
Oh,
going on
God.
over here.
Hold on. Even people that don't like Nightwolf, the chest pound after he wins a round is tight. Admit it. That's cool.
I will admit one guilty pleasure of mine, his second costume.
Yeah, I only use a second costume. Paint me up, man.
Dude, that's awesome.
Their character is as racist as the recent Tekken character.
I'm gonna
Oh my
listen to
God.
this.
Oh, are you mad about fucking Sahara?
Nah,
Sea?
I
What
don't
his name
care.
is?
Dude, I want him to have like an MK style special move where he like spits oil or something. Like, you know, like how Reptile spits acid. It should
Why
just
wouldn't
be
he
oil.
just? Why wouldn't it actually just be a special move where he raises oil prices?
How would that work in the game, though?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyways,
Dude,
Nightwolf
this is.
cool.
I'm gonna
You're
listen to this
stupid.
episode on loop for like 2 weeks.
Wow.
The JMO is too strong for me tonight. I apologize, gentlemen.
No, Cool Whip, I wasn't gonna disagree with you until you said how lame he was. I mean, Nightwolf was a huge
Yeah.
bill in MK9, but he was fucking cool.
I don't know about that.
Dude. Look at him in story mode. He's the only one that can handle the old lady. I mean, dude, someone's got to
Well,
tame
not
Sindel.
exactly handle. He barely
Some-
handled her. It
Dude,
was a
someone
it was a
has
tie.
to tame that gilf, and it is Nightwolf, okay?
But he got tamed as well. Does that even count?
Yeah, because everyone else was getting freed up 10-0. Sindel was bodying everyone. Spoilers for HomeLee, who probably never played story.
No, I played the story mode.
Dude, MK9 story was
Wait,
tight.
HomeLee, who is your main in MK9?
Smoke.
Of course.
Of course it would be.
Yeah,
Why,
he was.
why? Of course.
Because it's a character that gets to do whatever he wants at all times with no consequence, much
Dude,
like Batman.
it's
Well,
no.
I was.
What do you mean?
I was really, really bad at MK. Like I was really bad. I'm like pretty sure Cool Whip can beat
Were
me.
you worse
Damn,
than...
Wait, hold
Wow.
Oh my god.
Shout outs to Art.
God, I am offended.
Alright, I want to see a HomeLee versus Glass Sword money match exhibition in...
Hold on.
Smoke
You want to see that
mirrors?
mirror?
I don't even know any more combos from MK9, man. Like the only thing
Smoke's
last
combos
time-
were literally 3 down 1 2 times 5. Like, how hard can it be?
It's reactable.
Sure.
His back two is reactable.
I've heard his back 2 is reactable. You just hold down, and when you see the 15 frame animation, you just
Yeah,
stop
you just-
holding down. It's
yeah.
no big deal, bro.
Dude,
Yeah,
have you ever taken one of
I could
those...
probably even spin it on reaction, I think.
They have
Actually,
those tests, those frame tests, where you can see how fast your reactions are. Just get it less than 15 frames every time, and you'll be good.
Yeah, man, no big deal. And don't worry, if you're wrong, you don't potentially lose your entire life bar. It's no pressure.
No big deal.
Don't worry, Fudo can't even block overheads too, man.
That's
You know,
right,
he's
dude.
garbage.
God, everyone is dumb. I'm sorry, we totally derailed this. Fly, next question.
All right,
I
next
want a
question.
money match HomeLee and MK9. Actually, sorry, I want to have an exhibition with HomeLee and MK9.
Well, that's bullshit. I
just-
heard Kung Lao
I
beats-
just said I was really bad.
You said I could probably beat you.
No,
wanna
I
prove
said
that.
I said even Cool Whip could beat me.
Well, dude, hold on. But in that online Damascus connection, Tele 3 was an infinite for Kung Lao, and Spin was safe on block. You don't want anything to do with that.
Dude, down 4, low hat, all day long.
2-4 low hat, bro. Shit's
Anyways, I want to talk about something a little bit moving on, a little different. MKX, lack of information. What's the blow up? Is it on Ed Boon? Is it on the community? What's the deal? Let's start with HomeLee.
I I am disappointed there was no reveal trailer. I was hoping to see some sick Kung Lao gameplay, or at least show off his variations because they sound really cool.
They do sound cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. I was just like, man.
What's the one? It sounds like Rose with the hat that spins around and absorbs projectiles and stuff. It sounds like Rose
I'm
from Street
wondering,
Fighter.
did it say that he could like when the hat revolves around him, like can he throw it too? If it does, that sounds like Batman. He's 100% my main. Did it say he throw it afterwards, or is it just purely for defense?
I don't know. I never read the shit.
Damn. Okay. But yeah, I don't. I mean, Ed Boon, classic troll. He, someone tweeted him, "Where's that trailer of Kung Lao?" And he literally posted a picture of like an actual trailer with Kung Lao on it.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, he does that. He did that originally for Goro, and then he does that every time.
Can you just send that to me? I want to see that.
Yeah, I'll
just
find
go to his Twitter account.
Just don't ask Vanny to do it because Vanny's too busy to look at anything.
I've heard he's a busy man.
I heard he's busy right now.
I wouldn't say it's a blow up on Ed Boon. I'm a little bit disappointed, but it's not that big of a deal. In my personal opinion, I feel like the less you see about a game, and it just means when you get your hands on it, you'll just be more like overwhelmed by like epicness, I guess, So I guess I'm just stuck in the middle. Like, I didn't get a trailer. I'm depressed, but they announced Kung Lao, so I'm happy.
So no blow ups.
You got to admit, old man Kung Lao looks pretty badass.
He looks tight.
Of this, there is no doubt. Yeah, of this, there is no doubt.
Yeah, when it's my turn, I can't wait to pop off. Go ahead, Bob.
Speaking of whose turn it is, not Saucy Jack. How about Cool Whip?
Okay. What am I supposed to talk about? The lack of reveals? Dude, I don't care. Kung Lao was just announced. Do you think I actually care about the lack of info? They can reveal nothing from now until the game's released. I wouldn't care.
Oh my god.
No, but honestly, yeah, I'm that big of a fanboy. But, I mean, what do you want me to say?
Dude,
but
you'd never want to host again, do you? Is this your whole thing? Your new shtick for the next 3 episodes? Is to never want to host?
I will not reveal anything. Dude, on New Year's Eve, my friend texted me. I was completely out of it, obviously. And he was like, Kung Lao has just been leaked. And I walked up to this girl randomly and just popped off about Kung Lao being like old and shit because he sent me pictures. I just popped off about Kung Lao being an MKX. She was looking at me like, yeah, you just screwed this up.
Did you throw your hat at her?
I didn't. If I was wearing one, I probably would.
Was she a ginger?
No, not really.
That's the only reason you screwed it up. You have a weakness for the fire crotch.
It's
assuming
fine.
the hair matches the drapes.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I actually supposed to address? Why is there a lack of MKX info?
No, I want to know. Not why, but is there a blow up? I mean,
I honestly don't think so at all. Like, I don't know. I mean,
is this purposeful?
I'm sure it's purposeful.
Wait a minute. Wait. Pause.
Hang on.
What's that?
Is that
It's
you, Hippo?
That's my nephew. He's watching cartoons. What do you want me to do?
I want you to go to the
Tell him to get the hell off.
I want you to throw your hat at him.
Tell him to apologize.
He's
Pop off
I
about Kung Lao.
I don't have time for Damascus-manation. Right?
Go up to him, go up to him, clap your hands in front of his face, and be like 3 words. On your knees.
Your niece.
Yell, enter the
That sounds
Sandman.
kind of wrong saying that to a little nephew.
Wow, dude. Yeah, I mean,
That's
I
an
don't think his father
apology
would
statement.
appreciate it.
HomeLee, can you please get your head out of the gutter?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is a family podcast.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The raunch coming from HomeLee.
Because it is a family
NSFW.
podcast, I actually have to be nice to my nephew because my brother's family is spending holidays over, and he just woke up. So I'm not gonna put him on his knees. I'm sorry, guys.
How old is your nephew?
4.
Does your nephew want to be on the podcast? I bet you his opinions on Batman are better than yours.
Oh!
Well, Batman. I mean, actually, probably got that joke like 6 minutes too late. My nephew is actually a Bane fan. Whenever I'm playing Injustice, he just wants me to Bane the entire time. I don't know. Maybe he's onto something.
Maybe he's smart.
Maybe he knows
understands.
Batman is a shitter. Yeah, he knows. Like, why are you playing
God!
Batman?
Anyway,
All right.
my.
So who's left? HomeLee, did you talk about this yet?
Oh man.
Oh, so I'm not allowed to
I was
talk.
the first one to talk about it.
Oh, dang.
Why?
All right.
Apologize.
I forget.
Hippo needs to go, and I need to go.
All right. Hippo, you next. Jack, you're last.
It's hard to say. They're definitely kind of stuttering the releases for sure, more so than a lot of people probably would. But I don't think it's too bad because I'm not really a huge stickler. I kind of just want to play the game. I don't. Ever since the explosion of quote unquote gaming journalism, you get overwhelmed with this stuff. Like when Watch Dogs is coming out and they're like Developer Diary #2, Watch Dogs, and then they have Watch Dog extended preview with Adam Sessler, and it's just like, all right, let me just relax on the game for a bit and just see how it comes out. Now again, compared to Capcom where they'd release a new character and they'd probably have a trailer or something, screenshots, and we got screenshots, so it's pretty decent. They are getting pretty close, which is it's not concerning at all. I don't care if I don't know half of the cast before I play the game, because I'll find out and I'll be surprised and probably a little shocked. But I like that feeling. I've always maintained that I kind of like the feeling of I don't know every single inch of what's going on, and that's perfectly okay. So to me, not a blow up. Others, well, they have their opinion.
Well, Jack, you have any thoughts on that?
I'm with Hippo, and I'm probably actually a step more aggressive than Hippo is. I think the blow-up is on the spoiled brats complaining that there's not more reveals. Just wait for the game to come out. You already know a ton of stuff. Let me get a surprise. However, speaking of those spoiled brats, I'm going to go ahead as Ed Boon, NRS, and Co. are quote-unquote staggering their release and their leak info here. Is this an admittance that stagger strings will be broken MKX? Think about it, because that's what people would post on TYM. Everyone complaining that there's not enough info out is stupid. You're all stupid. Just wait, let the fucking game come out, and have fun. I don't need a new character every 2 weeks, because then, when the game comes out, there's no surprise factor. I don't want to see every character's strings before the game comes out. I don't want to see all their specials. I want to have fun enjoying the game when it's released. There is no blow-up. I actually wish they would stop releasing stuff and just let us wait, let us hold that. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and just let the game come out. The blow-up is on everyone complaining.
I want to say something about that. First of all, did NRS at any point promise a character reveal every month?
Well, they did promise
streams.
The
answer is no.
They did promise.
Hold
on. They promised streams to talk about the game. So,
well,
one
the game's
was
not
postponed.
out. We have months to go. They could do streams.
They promised a stream in December, then they said it's postponed till January. If that's a blow-up, then we're too demanding. It's fine. It got postponed. They said it's probably because of the holidays or whatever. Well, if that's the legitimate excuse, then really, am I going to be such a dick to be like, no, you guys don't spend your holidays with your families. I want to stream. I want to see. Come on. Secondly, they didn't promise a character reveal every month or more. They didn't even promise that the full cast will be revealed before the game is out. People, hiding their spoiled brat nature by saying, oh, it's bad marketing. Dude, you're going to get the game anyway. Let NRS worry about kind of marketing into the casuals.
Right? Yeah, I want to know who's you know what, Ed Boon, because you didn't show me all the characters. Screw you and your game. Who's with me?
Yeah, that's so. Where's my red avatar?
It's not like business. Plus, it's not like you can only buy the game on day one. If you're so hung up, if your decision on getting the game hinges upon whether a character will be in the game or not, you know what? You wait for the game to be released. You ask somebody who has the game, you see it on the internet, then you'll find out who the cast is. It literally makes no difference. It's not like you'd only get the game on April 19th or whatever the hell that is. It's so stupid. Everybody on TYM, listen, I understand it. it would be cool if we were getting more characters. Personally, I still want to see some surprises in the game, but I'm not going to be if NRS would announce that there'll be another character reveal in a week, I'm not going to be like, oh no. But at the same time, if there isn't, then there isn't. Like, oh, not only do they want streams, I saw some guys now in the thread saying, oh, please, no more scrubs testing, or no more scrubs demonstrating the stream or whatever. So now, not only do we want streams, we want high-level players to play. Like, shut up already. You're getting the game. Now, when I say you're getting the game, I'm not saying, oh, NRS can do whatever the hell they want and just, like, abuse you as a customer. But, dude, the game will ostensibly be released when it's going to be released. That's all they promised you. They promised you streams. You're going to get one in January. And we had somebody from NRS, what's his name? Tyler, who is it?
Tyler Lansdowne.
Yeah, there you go. He went and he said by the time the game is released, nobody's going to be complaining that we didn't stream enough. All right, what more do you want? Do you want him to announce that on March 21st you're going to get... Dude, he said... Calm down, you're going to get plenty more streams. Now, we wait till then. If they don't, then you can quote that and you guys like, oh, you guys lied. Whatever the hell that means.
Well,
but other than that, there's nothing more to talk about. Like, I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what community wants Tyler Lansdowne. Everybody say it with me. On
your knees.
That's
yeah,
right.
There you go.
And that's what they want. But they were not going to get it, unfortunately. So
Nor should they.
Yeah, to me also, we should probably make a stand here. Bad marketing is Ubisoft telling us, I mean, we could make female assassins, but it's just hard work, man. You know what I mean? And then also saying that the game runs in 60 FPS at 1080p and it runs at 30 at 720.
Well, hold on. In fairness to Ubisoft, what do you do if your assassin's knocked up? She's not going to be very stealthy.
That will never come up in the game.
Actually,
that is sexist.
Dive into that bale of hay and tell me what happens.
Actually, cool. If in Assassin's Creed 4, one of the lead assassins in the story was knocked up. And
why'd you blow up Cool Whip?
Why? I was the one who said that. Assassin's Creed 4 is one of my favorite games.
By the way, that's a huge backup. I haven't finished the game. I hate Eric now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Backup!
Spoiler alert.
Wait, so you blew up the wrong person and you screwed up for the other person.
But you don't know who it is, though.
HomeLee, you know what 3 words are coming.
There's like 5 women in the game. Ubisoft has made it clear.
HomeLee, in what position should you be in right now?
Strap those knee pads on, son.
Yeah.
Missionary.
I'm on peace right now. I'm sorry. I hate people stick up for me. I'm so sorry.
Like Shang Tsung and MK2.
So
I apologize.
He had a cool hat.
Let me bring us back on track because there's a reason why I asked this question, and I think what they did with Injustice was very good. I mean, do you guys remember what they did with Injustice, where they had the whole tournament of characters, and they had the people vote on who should win. And then they had the people acting out the fight, and it was super hype. It was super intense. Every week, people were voting. You were watching a match every week or every 2 weeks, and it was, I don't know, it was super hype. Are we too late for something like that, or is that something that we can expect?
I mean, we're months away from the game being released. Yeah. They could still do something like that.
Yeah, we're not too late, but I think it's also, okay, let's think about this. Superman and Batman fighting, I mean, you can get thousands of people to come in and talk about that. Mortal Kombat, where people are eviscerating each other. It's just not... Yeah.
How many views did that stupid intro video get with Khalifa?
I like how that video is constantly referred to as the Khalifa video, not the Scorpion.
Because that totally ruined it.
The song was pretty bad.
Am I the only one who thought it was cool? I thought it was cool.
Oh,
yeah, the video was cool.
Dude, on your knees.
The song sucked.
It was terrible.
I don't think it sucks. I mean, it's like a 30-second clip.
Dude, but because it
starts
out with this
28 seconds too much of Wiz Khalifa.
Yeah, the song was not good.
But like, it can have a lot of views, sure, but it's one of those things you can't really get that same mainstream appeal that Mortal Kombat is not going to get Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes.
Yeah, totally.
All right, just curious.
I'm agreeing with Hippo too much. Please present a question where I think Hippo's dumb.
Is it? One last thing about
you know what? Is it good? Bacon.
Stop talking over each other.
No.
All 4 of you, shut up.
I'll kill you. Also, HomeLee on your knees.
I already am.
Attaboy.
All right, I have one more question before we close this thing out. But any last thoughts on that? No.
I'm gonna ask
Well-
one question about this.
Wait,
Is it? Go ahead.
Hippo. I want to know why you haven't finished Assassin's Creed 4, but yet you're playing Unity.
Yeah.
Oh, 4. I thought you said Unity. Sorry.
Wow.
On your knees.
I just realized that. I was like, as I was saying that, I'm like, I remember the pregnant character in Black Flag. I don't remember Unity. That's a pack-up. But then I'm like, wait.
Right
Will
now.
fly
So, role reversal.
We're asking the next
now.
question.
All right.
Role reversal. Who should be on his knees now?
Fly. Well, they should both be on their knees, quite frankly.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
I can get behind that.
in accordance with MKX, any new game policy, as it is as you as a player, what do you look for in your character? And why will you enjoy playing that character? Not cosmetic, but specifically in the moveset. What do you look for first in a character? A brand new character.
Who goes first?
I'll go first then.
You, Lee.
would say-
You, HomeLee,
Yes.
go first.
Yes. Pretty much the cosmetics of the character is what makes me pick the character.
Dude,
Unless,
I literally
Batman.
just said not
Just said
cosmetics.
Oh.
Cosmetics.
Oh, shit,
On
okay.
you're back on your knees.
Okay, well, I would definitely. I mean, the thing that like in the old Mortal Kombat, I used to play Scorpion a lot, and what really appealed to me was his "Get over here" catchphrase with the spear. That's what really appealed to me most about him. Like, not the fact that he was a demon from hell that could remove his face and becomes a skull. It was just primary "Get over here" and the spear. I thought that was just really badass.
So it's not a cosmetic, it's acoustic. Okay.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
God,
He
you
meant
suck.
gameplay-wise. I think
All
that
right.
was the
Yeah, the spear
Homely,
is a move.
homely. Take a minute to rethink your answer while the adults talk, and then you can
Okay.
try again. Fly,
Okay.
do you mind if I go next to give Homely an example?
Yes. Cool Whip, you're next.
Damn!
Alright.
I'm
Well-
on my...
I want a high mobility character. Shocking. I like to jump. And I want him to have like an okay projectile. I'm not really attracted to zoning stuff, but I want to have the ability to throw something if I'm, full screen. With decent pressure. That's honestly like that. There's a reason why I play, Batman, Kung Lao. That's like they both have good mobility, good, not great pressure, and a serviceable projectile. That's sort of. I look for well-roundedness coupled with mobility. If I have to sacrifice one, I'd probably sacrifice well-roundedness for the sake of mobility. So that's probably what I would look for the most in a character. Like being able to change, my jumping attack mid-air, whether it's like a dive kick or Batman's, scatter bombs, whatever they're called, that sort of stuff. I find that hugely appealing, mainly because you don't have to learn how to move. But no, in all seriousness, I really like that a lot. Like the dive kick animation, if you have a dive kick, there's a good chance I might main you.
I haven't seen Batman's dive kick in like 4 tournaments.
It
Dude,
doesn't.
I use it every... Dude, come on now. Every time I touch Batman, it looks so cool. I don't care if
It
it's
is.
bad. It looks
Oh,
cool.
exactly.
It looks the same
like,
as every other
honestly.
dive kick. What do you mean?
No,
it
he
looks
puts
cool?
the
the glide.
cape... Dude, he
Yeah,
puts
the
the
glide.
cape out and everything. That looks tight, man.
It's all about the glide beforehand. Like when you listen, it's a total build, but when you actually do like a crossover or glide with Batman into a dive kick and it connects, it's the best feeling ever.
Dude, are you sure?
it's
Are
so-
you sure it's a bill? I mean, maybe it's
not.
Yeah,
better
it is
than
a
you
bill.
think.
No, I'll yell at you about that in the post-show fist fight. It's not a bill.
Batman's dive kick is not a bill.
Nope.
It's okay.
It's kind of a bill.
I'll
I
blow
prefer
you
the
both
elbow.
up.
I
Dean
prefer the elbow.
Ambrose. Nope.
I prefer the elbow.
All right, Saucy Jack, you are allowed to go now.
Thank you, sir. I actually don't look for much in my characters. I am predisposed to certain characters due to cosmetics, but here's the thing. Here's the real rap. I have a couple crutches, as we all do. If we could all admit it, it'd be nice. I like relatively fast. I don't need broke. It's convenient that Superman's is 8 frames, but I like relatively fast advancing mids. And I would prefer them from the holding back position. That's why I liked Wonder Woman initially. She was actually my first main because her back one, Kano's back one, stuff like that. I personally very much enjoy advancing mids from holding back. It's really it fits my style of gameplay. Also, not unlike Cool Whip, I do like jumping around like a maniac. So there is an appeal to characters with air mobility, which is again why Superman fit when I switched to him, because I have forward 2 and I have an air dash. So those are the tools that I like. So on the surface, when Cool Whip stops fapping into his microphone, on the surface, the things that I really like are advancing mids from a holding back position and jump attacks that are... let me rephrase, not jump attacks, jump mobility. Characters that are meant to be in the air. I like jumping around like an absolute idiot because it's fun to me. It's not necessarily it's how I think I'm going to win. I just think it's really fun jumping around like an idiot, especially because in 2D fighting games, people jumping around like idiots is always frowned upon. Oh, you're just jumping around like a moron. It makes me laugh when my opponent says, oh, you're jumping around like an idiot while I'm taking their entire health bar. It's tight. I kind of wish I would have played Reptile in MK9 just because the thought process of put Slowball on screen, do a dash right in front of them, and then jump around like a maniac, aka the Chris G theory, which was the best Reptile theory, is super fun to me. I think it's great. So outside of cosmetics, I like shit like that. It's awesome.
All right, Hippo, your turn, buddy.
I'll admit I kind of like simplicity. I tend to go towards characters that usually revolve around one kind of facet and just kind of stick to it. So, for example, like in Street Fighter 4, I kind of heavily revolve around like Juri and Adon right now. Characters who are kind of based off one special, and then you mix it up from there. So I kind of like that. I play Combo and Killer Instinct. He's kind of like a mixed bag, but it all kind of revolves around the same kind of thing. It's one special power line, and there's a lot of variations on that.
Can you apologize for Powerline, by the way? That was broke.
It's fine. But so like in Mortal Kombat, I played Kenshi, who to me is very simple. It's kind of based around one move. And then in Deathstroke, it's kind of based around just his, to me, in my opinion, his 50-50 and how you apply that in a match. So very simple to me, work out. So in MKX, I'm probably going to look for a character who kind of uses one move. And it's going to be weird because there's going to be variations, so I feel like it's going to be tough to find it, but I think I could. Character that's kind of simple, uses a couple moves, and then uses just a lot of ways of freedom to play it aside from that.
Can I just say, before HomeLee gets to correct himself for sucking with that shit Scorpion answer,
Yeah.
I want to give Hippo hella props for the response that he just laid out. Don't tell our friends that I gave you this many props, but most people would take what Hippo just said, and they might think that, but they would never admit it, because anyone that says, LOL, simple, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's so basic,
Yeah.
it's so simple, and they get all uptight about it, like that means you're a scrub, which it doesn't, and so I'm going to give Hippo I'm going to say 3 prop points for admitting that simplicity is what he's looking for. That's awesome,
Yeah.
and all those other people can get fucked.
Well, I mean, shocker, I don't play fighting games so I can mentally stimulate my brain and outthink people because, haha, I'm smarter than you. Unfortunately, a lot of people do, and it's super irritating.
And that's why they go 1 and 2 at majors.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
No, that's definitely why. You know this. Smarter than everyone else in the room. Or they just suck.
I mean, it could be a lot of things.
A little of this, a lot of ins, a lot of outs.
A lot of what have you, you know how it is.
A lot of what have you. All right, cool. HomeLee, do you want to restate?
I'm going to be
your
honest
opinion?
here. When I was asked to go first, I was honestly not paying attention to your question. I heard like the end of it.
Boom.
But I guess what I look for in a character, or what appeals me, high mobility rushdown. I've always been a rushdown player in like every fighting game I played. Street Fighter, I play Abel. pretty much just that's what's like, I made Batman 'cause I love him, but like the fact that he could just constantly rush in and pressure you, it's what really, really appealed to me when I picked him. I'm kind of a brain dead autopilot player, to be honest. So if I have that game plan, then it works for me, and that's like, the character I'm going to go for in MKX.
So
like I have a lot of fun with Bane too. Like I can rush in and be an idiot, to be honest, and I would do fine.
it's funny. I've had the same philosophy for my characters for like 3-4 games now. Like,
if they have an arrow trap.
Arrow trap.
no, no, that's me stretching for gimmicks.
You all blew him up for that.
I promise I will
Same
catch all of you
show.
with that at some point in the future. Anyways, I like characters that have fast advancing mid specials. For example, E-Honda Headbutt. My main in Street Fighter, and I love using that move, especially when low Headbutt had the anti-air properties that it had. Nightwolf Shoulder Charge. Boom. I also played Raiden on the side, which was super fun because of Superman. I play Nightwing, who has Flying Grayson. I've always and will always play characters that have fast advancing specials that catch people during movement. That to me is super fun. Also Gouken. I played Gouken, who had the Palm Strike move that launched people. I could dash in and do I don't even know what the move's called anymore. The spin kick thing.
I didn't know you had all this Street Fighter in you. I'm actually surprised.
I played a lot of Street Fighter back before AE and before like the first and second patches. I played a lot of Honda and I played a lot of Gouken, but I always looked for characters that had fast advancing specials like that. Like when I found out that Gouken's Palm Strike could like go through projectiles, it's like, oh shit, that's awesome.
I'm pretty sure that was just like his standing fucking
Dude, I'm
fierce,
surprised you
wasn't
didn't
it?
play Balrog.
No, not his standing fierce. His down.
Yeah, no, he had-
Gochuha.
Yeah, he had a move where he like literally slid forward and then just like palmed you.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
it was called Senku Goshuha.
Yeah, and it was completely projectile invulnerable. It was awesome.
Mike, I'm surprised you didn't play Balrog then.
Forward, down, down, forward, punch.
Yeah, I don't know about Balrog. All I do know is that I don't have enough Street Fighter knowledge to make a full decision on that character, but I liked those two characters specifically for those fast advancing mids. And so that's why I played Nightwolf, that's why I play Nightwing. And I will continue to play characters who have that specific niche to their game.
Would Grundy's Walking Corpse qualify? I mean, it's not exactly typical, but it might serve the same purpose.
Well, that kind of stemmed from me transitioning Nightwolf Shoulder into Scarlet's Red Dash, which had similar properties into Slide, but had other things, and I thought, Grundy's kind of like Scarlet, but without... It's not fast. I mean, it's quick, but not fast, you know what I mean? I don't know. Grundy was he was an experiment for me. Didn't work out.
A failed one.
A failed experiment, yeah. Anyways, that's why I would choose a character.
I respect that.
Yeah, that's me. Anyways, all right, time to get to the fun stuff. We're about done for the night, but I wanted, before we close out and before we just shoot the shit for a few minutes, I want to talk about top 8 predictions for KIT. I don't know that I need everybody to give 8 players, but I need everybody to give 4 or 5 people that you think will make top 8, and maybe 1 or 2 that you are confident will not. Starting with King Hippo.
Okay. I think going in, I believe, in my opinion, the favorite to win will probably be... This is a tough one because there's a lot of people going to this one. I'm thinking Jupiter has a really good chance. I'm thinking Pig has a really good chance. Is Sonic Fox going?
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Okay.
Bodied by School.
Yeah, Bodied by School, as always. I think, to me, the top 3 will probably be, in no particular order, in my opinion, will probably be Pig of the Hut,
White Boy, and Jupiter. And then I think top 8s for sure. Like top 8s, I'm pretty sure will happen. Are 16-bit, and I'm gonna say King surprises us all, or doesn't. Well, not really surprised, but King does get top 8, redeems his. If he can't win, he can definitely get top 8. I think that's what will happen. After that, it's a real crapshoot. There's a lot of people going to this.
No Cowboy?
I think Cowboy actually. Cowboy's a pretty solid lock for top 8, possibly top 3. There's a lot of stiff comp.
No Merc?
I just don't know enough to say. I don't factor in your measuring contests like online, like into his like true potential. I'll just say I don't know.
No, that's not measuring. I mean, he's a good player. I mean, the guy's got potential.
Yeah, he's done it online, so I can't really factor it in. I mean, I can sort of, but I'll say I don't know because I really don't.
All right, fair enough. What about HomeLee? What do you think?
Top 8, no particular order. I'm gonna say 16-bit, Pig, King, Honeybee. Let's see, Wound, Jupiter. I'm gonna throw Digit in there because
is he going?
I mean,
is
he
the
is.
Texas crew going?
I think I know Digit and Sickness are. I saw Digit's name on the list. I'm pretty sure, but we'll confirm that later. But if he is going, I'm gonna throw in top 8. His Shazam is crazy. No one really knows how to play against Shazam, to be honest. He makes that character look on another level, and that character is not that good.
I like Shazam. He's fun.
Yeah. And for the last place top 8, I'm gonna throw myself on there.
Oh snap!
Yes.
All right.
As for definitely not making it, I will say I don't know, and I don't want to put names out there, so I feel like whoever I name is probably going to end up eliminating me by chance.
That's the point of this. Go ahead, name them.
Not going to make it. I feel like Sickness, I haven't seen him play in forever. I don't think he's going to get top 8, to be honest. He's a good player, but I just don't think he's going to get it. Biohazard.
Ooh, really? Man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a rough one. He's a high contender for top 8. I wouldn't say he wouldn't make it, but I'm not sure.
All right.
It's really hard to tell who won't make, because it's really, you never know what happens in tournament.
That's respectable. Respectable. All right. What about you, Hippo?
I already went Doofus.
Dude, what the fuck?
Dude, there's like 7 of us. All right, Jack, go ahead.
I heard it was 4. I heard it was 4.
5. I've heard there are 4, but I believe there's 5.
That's the Jameson talking.
But irregardless, okay, there's gonna be hella bias here, and everyone can hold that. That's fine.
It's like the 4th time you said that today.
I mean, have you ever heard me talk? Now I'm just announcing it instead of letting people wait for it. Bit, my faith in Bit, despite how bad Catwoman is through the roof. So.
I want Bit bad at this tournament. I didn't say him earlier, but I want to beat him so bad.
Ooh, I mean, that's respectable. Like, if Bit would be a great scout for anybody, so that's tight. And I'm sure he would respect you saying that when he listens to this episode. Maybe he'll post in the thread, but he would respect you saying that. I think Bit for top 8. I think Max for top 8. I think Max is extremely motivated and wants to rub some of the stink off. Not that 17th at EVO is anything to be ashamed of, but he's upset about it, so I think he's super motivated. I think, despite what I said earlier, Jupiter will prove that Martian's got the juice and he's going to do well. It's really hard to bet against White Boy. He's an exceptional player, and Doomsday is a strong tournament character. That is a deadly combo. A Wombo combo, if you will. I think Wound's going to do extremely well.
Wombo combo?
Yeah, Wombo combo. I think would it be a surprise? I'm going to say he makes top 8, but I'm going to say he gets like 7th or something, so this might be a surprise to some people. I'm actually not anticipating King doing exceptionally well. Is that controversial? I'm not sure, but I think like a 7th or 9th for King. I don't know. I just don't see it well. I think Ducky's going to do very well. I'm going to assume that assume's wrong, but I think he has a good chance of cracking top 8. Honeybee has a good chance of cracking top 8. I'm trying to think of... I've got one. Because he made top 8 last year, and because he has so many top 8s with his character, I don't think it's happening this time, though. I don't think Saltface is making top 8 this time around.
First time we've mentioned Saltface this podcast.
Yeah, I think his ship has sailed. I apologize, Saltface. You know I love you, so it's not you that I'm hating on, but I don't think Saltface is making top 8.
What about Goomba? I don't even know if he's going.
Goomba, who also knows that I love him, I would actually bet solid money he will not be making top 8. I don't think that's happening this time. I think Goomba is it's not as sharp as he once was. I don't know what to think about Biohazard. I think he might be with King in the 7th or 9th category. Which could potentially be a top 8, but it could also be just outside of top 8. So yeah, there's a lot of things that could go on. However, if I had to lay down... Oh, and I think Deg will miss top 8, someone that I brought up earlier. And if I had to lay odds on favorites right now, I would say your favorites to win this tournament are either Wound Cowboy or White Boy. That is who I would place my favorites on, closely trailed by Jupiter. So I guess those are the top 3.
Nice. Who's left? I forget who's already gone.
Holy.
Mr. Whip.
Dude, we should have just trolled him. Anyway.
You should
Wait,
have.
Hippo, have you responded to this question yet?
Mr. Chance.
I think it is.
Alright, the ones I actually think, well, lock is not the word, but the ones I feel pretty safe predicting they'll make top 8 would be Wound Cowboy, Forever King, White Boy, 16-bit, and Jupiter. Those are the 5 I would think, I'd feel pretty comfortable. Oh, sorry, and Honeybee. So that's 6. Yeah, and Honeybee, that's 6. If Pig is, because Pig, he's been saying he hasn't been playing, but then saying I'm playing, but I'm not exactly in Evo shape. Well, maybe he doesn't need to be in Evo shape to make top 8. If Pig is in form, I think he's there. But I'll just go ahead and predict an upset, and I hope I'm wrong about this. I'm sure he won't mind me predicting this. I think Pig, when he lacks motivation, he doesn't sound like he's super motivated. I think, he feels like he's accomplished enough, and he has every right to feel that way. So he's kind of just playing. That might help when you're playing with no pressure, but I think Pig is somebody who needs emotions and pressure and to be motivated to truly be on top of his game. So I think he'll get like 9th or something. Obviously, it wouldn't shock me one bit. It wouldn't shock me one bit if he actually wins the whole thing, but I think he'll miss out. So in addition to the 5 I mentioned, I think it's going to come down to the 6 I mentioned. I think it's going to come down to Ducky, Pig to kind of complete them, but I think Pig will miss out. Max and probably like PL or something. I don't think PL makes it. So I'm really honestly, there are 2 people I want for it to make top 8. That would be Max. I was talking about people who had something to prove earlier. I think he doesn't have to prove he's a great player because he obviously is a great player. But Max, I think he's a lot better than his resume indicates. I would love for him to make it. I'd like for Peanut, the artist formerly known as Hysteria, to make it. He won that online tournament. And Revolver. I really hope Revolver could get top 8, hopefully if he stays away from Zod or Sinestro. But the last 2, definitively, I'd go... Hold on, so that would make 16-bit, White Boy, Honeybee, Forever King, Cowboy, Jupiter, and I'll go Blind Ducky.
I'm glad you mentioned Pig. I did forget to bring him up. I think that sleeping on Pig is a bad decision. I know that because he's, done the I'm out, I'm in with the community, and people aren't seeing him all over the place, playing hella online sets and streaming him and stuff. I don't mean to sound like a fanboy, but Pig's a phenomenal player. So sleeping on Pig is a bad decision. He's definitely a top candidate for top 8 placement. I'm glad you brought him up.
He's always
Well,
a
I'm
top.
not sleeping on Pig, just to be clear.
Yeah.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not. I'm saying I forgot to mention him, and other people might sleep on him because people tend to forget because he hasn't been so active. That's all.
Yeah.
You know who's
He's-
kind of like a wild card that you always have to take into account? I've read that he's playing Rico Suave. I've never bet against him.
He's a good
I don't
fighting
think
game
he'll
player.
make it. Like, I think it's way too stacked and people are way too dedicated to the game. But if Rico Suave somehow makes top 8, not shocked one bit.
I mean, is Chris G going? I mean, I don't know.
No, I didn't read his name.
Okay. I mean, Pig's the kind of guy who he definitely does not have the same fire into KIT this year as he did last year, and he definitely doesn't have the same fire as he did going into Evo. And that says something. I mean, the fire that the guy has before a tournament determines his resolve. And when you understand Pig and his resolve, it has a direct impact on how well he does in tournament. I'm not saying he's not going to do well. I'm not going to say he's going to win. But I'm not anticipating Evo-like results. That's all I can say.
Are you confirming that Pig doesn't even play this game?
No, not at all. I mean, he plays. He plays.
Trolling.
He plays now. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I know that he has definitely not put as much pressure on himself after he has been successful in the last 4 tournaments he's been to, right? And for good reason. I mean, his daughter's birthday was last week. I mean, it's been the holidays. It's the guy's got other things on his mind. I'm sure KIT is. I'm sure important to him, but not the priority.
Fair enough.
Zoe turned
Mike,
4.
about you?
Was it 4? I think it was 4 years old last week.
Mike, what about you?
What about me?
Yes.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to say anything that hasn't already been said, so I'm going to throw a couple upsets in there. I'm going to say HomeLee is not going to make top 8 because I'm going to beat him. He's going to make 9th because I'm going to beat him to make top 8.
Hold on. I have a question. Considering the bickering that goes on between the two of you, HomeLee always pops off that he beats you like 90-0 in casuals. If you two owe him in tournaments, does HomeLee have to strap the knee pads on?
Strap it on right there in front of the stream camera.
Right there in tournament.
Fly, will you strap something else on?
Heyo, HomeLee, will you strap the knee pads on if Fly 2-0s you?
You have to, I think. After all the talk, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you literally have shit talked to him every episode.
Seriously.
So.
I think we all know the
I guess
score
I'd have
by
to.
now.
I guess I'd have to at that point.
All right, that's fair. I'll expect pictures.
I can't wait for that.
It'll just be a fun car ride home. I'm just gonna be like, oh my god.
Dude, you can
I just have a question.
apologize the whole time. It's okay.
Yeah.
Dude, if you're up like 2-0 against Fly, would you like call your girlfriend to give him a better chance in the third game?
No.
No, it's okay. I'll call his girlfriend. She'll
Oh.
talk,
Damn.
she'll talk me up.
You're a married man.
Yeah, you're right. I won't-
Like,
All right, then.
are you so much into
I
how
won't
many
call his
models
girlfriend.
you have
That's
in
just
you to
rude.
forget about that?
I apologize, Lee. I didn't mean that.
It's all good.
What's up with the accent?
All right. Do you guys want to know who won tonight's episode?
I don't
I'm
think
pretty-
you even know, but sure.
Do you guys have any guesses? No?
I want to say.
I'll go home.
Is
I wanna
Vandy
say
still
Jack
in front?
Dude, Vandy jumped from 24 to 50 in the
Damn,
past 2
Vandy.
hours.
Yo, well done, Vandy.
Well done, Ian. Anyways, last place with 35 points.
Wow.
Enter the Sandman. Cool Whip.
Oh,
Ooh.
Exit light.
In third place, because there's only 4 of us, is Dun 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 dun. Saucy Jack.
Fuck.
In second place with 41 points is King Hippo.
Ooh, I knew HomeLee won. I told you HomeLee won.
In first
I had no idea.
place
Are we gonna have a show off or a battle?
is HomeLee with 42 points. Yes, there will be a show off.
Damn, HomeLee.
Wow, I barely
Oh,
say.
The show off is between HomeLee and Hippo, and the question is, if both of you were to enter the same tournament, who would outplace the other? Go.
Oh shit.
Jesus. Well, I'm going to take the obvious side and say I would totally outplace Eric because no one's practiced for Batman like me. No one even thought Deathstroke had a chance in the matchup until I started talking about it. I've played enough Batmans to know the tricks. I can stop jumping. I have a little thing called down 2 if you hadn't heard of it. I also have to jump 1. In fact, I can down 2 you under your bats if you throw them at me, and I bet you didn't even know that. So I will gladly take my chances. I will vortex you to death, and you will be on your knees.
Wait, so are we saying like if we run into each other in tournament, or are we saying like who would just place higher in general?
Who would place higher in general?
Okay.
Oh.
I still liked Hippo's response though. That was
My
pretty
answer
good.
doesn't change.
I
Damn.
to be honest, I'm just gonna throw it like I'm not really a very fundamentally sound player, and
Oh my
I
god.
do
Come on. Fly,
Oh.
how did you give this jobber second
wait,
place?
wait.
Unbelievable.
How does this guy... The guy put himself in the top 8 predictions for KIT. Scarred. Get out of here.
But guys, real rap, my fundamentals, not that great.
Is
you
this
guys
the
will let me finish. If you
taking
guys
the
let me
take chance
finish,
out?
Wait, everybody let him finish.
but since Batman's kind of like a BS character, and I get away with a lot of BS, I think BS would get me further than fundamentals in a tournament. So I would probably place. I wouldn't get top 8, but I definitely place higher than Hippo just by getting through BS.
Dude, that was weak.
Yeah, that was
It's
super weak.
awful.
HomeLee.
Can we afford Vandy the win based on that response?
HomeLee. You know what? You and I are going to work hard this week to get trained up for KIT so that you can make up for that response.
Okay.
All right. Hippo, congratulations. You are this week's winner.
Yes, it worked.
Hooray!
I totally knew HomeLee was doing it on purpose.
But that's only
Well,
if
actually-
Vandy decides not to come back.
Crickets.
That's
Fair.
That's fair. No, that's fair. Vandy had a better performance than everyone today.
Vandy
I
killed
have to
it.
Wait,
accept
are we having an episode next week? Isn't that like KIT week?
But you know what? That's a really good point. Next week, I will be gone. HomeLee will be gone. So
We're
you
gonna
you
take a
three
week
can
break.
record without us.
Yeah, no.
But who's going to record? Oh, wait. Nobody.
Hippo can record. I can edit. Cool Whip can talk for
Yeah.
hours. It's fine.
And I bet there will be less audio skipping.
We'll have
Oh.
special guests take a chance and Rude on to replace the two of you, and it'll be perfect.
Oh, Lord Rude, dude.
Shout out to my guy Rude.
Ravishing Rick Rude.
Ravishing
Schwarzenegger
Rude
freeze
was a
Avatar?
handsome fellow.
He was.
I would go so far as to say he was ravishing.
Yeah, I would say so.
Fly just vomited.
I did. All over the floor.
Bull ride choke.
So anyways,
Are you
we
confirming
are,
that?
that is this week's episode. Do we want to shoot the
Give-
shit for a little bit?
Give Hippo his
Yes.
victory speech, man.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Hippo. Dude, go at it, man. 1 minute.
Now you understand, I've joined an elite club. I've joined a club of the 3-time consider the following champion. And you know what? I'm gonna wager a bet. It will not be outbid. I will consistently be I will consistently have the most number of hosts in the history of the show, and I don't think any of you guys can top that. And I don't think you're worth a tinker's damn. Now, what do you guys got to say about that?
Bullshit, motherfucker.
That sounds like lies. I want you to get on your knees.
No. Next week, when you're the host, maybe I'll slob that knob. But this week, you're just a jobber like the rest of us. So get
Actually,
fucked,
I'm not. I won.
Whatever. HomeLee thought that I won, so had HomeLee been the host, I would have been the winner.
Dude,
Wait,
Hippo,
hang on, guys. Do you hear that? I can't hear that from the bottom. I can't.
Oh.
It is lonely at the top. Sapien.
Hippo,
how's the weather up there, bro?
Let me curb your enthusiasm, sir. Mr. HomeLee was ahead of you up until up until I questioned his tournament ability.
Well, if you ain't first, you're last.
HomeLee is indeed only the first loser for this week, so he's got that going for him. Cool whip. At least you and me just got bodied straight out. That's tight, right?
Well, I mean, hey, it's only fitting you picked Batman this week. You know what it's like.
Oh.
God, your downplaying is unbearable.
I should have made HomeLee and Hippo sing it out for winner this week.
Wait,
Yeah,
that's unfair, letting anyone go against a karaoke master like HomeLee. First of all,
I'm pretty sure Hippo would hold his own.
First
I
of all,
think so.
okay. No, Hippo enjoys singing. HomeLee has a custom-made cape for karaoke night. I mean, let's not fucking play around here. Also, I wouldn't pass HomeLee to bring his old lady in to sing with him just to fucking make it a duet. They would do fucking, I don't know, Peaches and Cream or something. It'd be fucked up.
Is his old lady his mom or his girlfriend?
And Ivory.
Yeah, that'd be good too.
Yeah.
It'd be the first thing they've done together in a while.
Hey-oh!
Oh.
LOL sex joke.
No, lack of.
That too.
I'm sorry, cool. If I don't speak single. What?
Oh, he just played the I don't have time to play this game. I have a life card. Dude, speaking of, did anyone see someone try and put me on blast on TYM? I believe they referred to me as having to do like virgin activities or something like that.
Yeah.
Is there any more of a I've been bodied in an argument than when you call someone else a virgin? Like, I can't honestly think of more of a I've been bodied than when you go LOL virgin like that.
Especially when you're on TYM, just the same. I mean, come on. The irony is kind of unbearable.
Who was it?
That was... What's up?
Who was it?
Someone who thinks you can react to Smoke's back too.
Yeah.
It was not Art. No.
Yeah.
Art knows better than to think you can react to Smoke's back too.
But I mean, seriously, Ken, stop your turbo virgin ways. It's really damning arguments.
I can't help it. I've had this. I don't know if you guys know about the kosher chastity belt, but it's been blessed by a rabbi, and there is just nothing that I can do about it. The ladies come a running, but I'm like, whoa.
Dude.
Until I can react to Smoke's back too, I can't lay pipe. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, just because the name of your dick is Smokes Back Too doesn't mean anything, okay?
It's actually Thor, God of Thunder. I'll have you know, but I mean, we do.
Wow. What a bill.
Nice.
That's the mother of
Whoa!
all
Why?
bills.
How do you know that that's a bill? You've been.
Yo, that should be a topic for next week's episode. What do you name your penis?
No, it should not be a topic.
I've already
It really
gone
should
through
not.
it, so I guess I'm in trouble here. I'll come up with a new name, though. It'll be fine. As a virgin, I have lots of time to think about that. Like a virgin. Hippo, you're a Madonna fan. Where do you rank that on her hits?
Like a virgin? It's pretty high up there. I'm a big fan of early Madge.
Early Madge, before she went British.
Yeah, I mean, Burning Up is that is my tournament pump up song.
Do you tear up a little?
I don't tear up, but you will see me shadowbox.
All right, I like that. I respect that.
Shadow
Do you have a montage of you getting ready for a tournament with Madonna playing in the background?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's fair.
Well, if Lucky Star comes on, I'm just like.
You could be my lucky star.
I would do the dance moves to that song.
I'm gonna make Hippo puke. You know what's my favorite Madonna song? Bar None.
That song's okay at best.
No. Hold on. I said.
Yeah, Hippo's vomiting. I'm gonna answer for him. That song is okay at best.
You know what's my other favorite song? Frozen.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. We are
apologize.
This is the worst podcast online. We're talking about
I thought
Backstreet
this
Boys
was-
and
I thought this was
Frozen.
the best podcast.
Dude,
you
my
ever
wife would love this podcast. That's a bad
So-
sign.
Dude, get her on. Get out
So,
of here. We don't need you.
Guys, I have an update. I'm under the IV drip right now. I might have cirrhosis. Early onset cirrhosis brought on by extensively bad Madge choice.
Oh my, yeah, seriously, Cool Whip. Apologies are in order all
Yeah.
around. I would like you to
The
go one
only
at a
thing-
time and apologize to each of us.
Cool.
The
You
only
and
thing worse
HomeLee.
would be like if you're like, I love Die Another Day unapologetically. I'm just like,
No, I don't.
okay.
Cool Whip's living under a ray of light right now. Okay, you just calm down.
And he feels like he just got home. I know how it goes.
Probably.
Cool and HomeLee have
Wait,
switched
actually,
places.
HomeLee, do you know who Madonna is?
I've heard of her.
Oh my god!
Are you serious?
I think he is serious right now.
HomeLee.
I am serious.
Oh God! Do you
Guys,
not
you know
know?
who President Obama is? I've heard of him.
Yeah.
I feel like he's relevant.
So you're legitimately saying,
For the whole, yeah.
I'll hold on.
That-
What?
No, I wanted to ask the same thing. That wasn't a sarcastic response or anything, right?
I don't think so.
No, it wasn't.
So you have never heard, and I'm not even going deep or to the quality cuts. I'm just going singles. You are unaware of what Like a Virgin is.
Unaware.
Oh my God.
No, I mean, in your real life, you probably are, but we're
Okay,
talking about the
HomeLee,
song.
how often do you do karaoke?
Yeah, you do karaoke and you can't do Like a
You-
Virgin?
Yeah,
you gotta
serious.
remember, I go with Asian people. They sing Asian songs, okay?
Bullshit.
Like Sailor
oh my
Moon?
God.
Hold on.
You just said
Oh,
you were
I-
singing Backstreet Boys the other week.
Yeah, hold on, Asian
Yeah,
people.
I picked Backstreet Boys, not my friends.
Hold on, garbage. I have a story about
How does
Asians
this story have
and
anything
singing.
effect with my friends?
Because it's Asians, off the boat Asians. Are you ready for my story?
Racist.
OTB. BSB.
Yeah, okay. So here's the deal. I used to date this girl who was Russian, like from Russia, not she's Russian American. Like she was straight up fucking KGB, right? And she was a computer programmer. So obviously her college class is a bunch of people that are not from America because we're too dumb to understand how to use
Wait,
computers.
she wasn't a stripper?
That's fucked up. I know she's an ex, but that's rude. I'll kill you. I'm calling Mossad. So
Confirmed. Jack
I
got
had
dumped.
to go to some like college reunion horseshit party. You know, like all her fucking friends from college were having a get together to reminisce about their days of learning C++ or something awful. And of course, there's all sorts of fucking fresh off the boat Asians, much like you. There's a parking lot full of Honda Civics. But one of them was learning how to play guitar. And so, of course, I don't know if any of you guys are musicians, but I'm sure there's other things like this. It's just music is my forte. So, of course, the girlfriend at the time was like, "Oh, Ken plays guitar. He can teach you."
Oh, boy.
Yeah, they just like throwing it out there. So I'm like, I'm not doing this. Whatever. But if you've ever been to a party, there's always that douchebag with the acoustic guitar in the
Yes.
corner. Yeah, well, my girlfriend forced it to be me. And of course, all the fresh off the boat Asians were super excited about this. I'm like, this is not cool. Everyone makes fun of the guy with the acoustic guitar sitting in the corner. And she's like, no, it'll be great. And of course, her friend learning guitar is like, please, Ken, it'll be awesome. I'm like, oh my God, whatever. So I'm trying to figure out what in God's name am I going to play that people are going to know? Because literally I'm the only person from
And
America.
it wasn't Like a Virgin.
It was not Like a Virgin. However, what I decided on, because in my musical life, I've found that people can generally sing along to this, and I'm like, maybe if one person in the room knows, it's better than nobody knowing. I went with Wonderwall by Oasis because that's very popular. And I was like, maybe one person in the room will get it, and it won't be a total dud. I was shocked to learn that literally these fuckers that were just here on college passports and had never set foot in America outside of school all knew Wonderwall, and we had a huge 30-person sing-along to Wonderwall by Oasis. So don't tell me that when you go to karaoke that all your friends sing K-pop all the time, because there are things that people know.
Okay. I'll let you know now. We actually do sing Wonderwall at karaoke, but I don't know what that has to do anything with
international calling cards.
Because Madonna's even more famous.
Scooby-Doo and Wonderwall.
I wish we had Vandy back on to talk about this.
So you guys are saying Wonderwall. That's what you're saying?
Wonderwall's a pretty good song to sing in karaoke.
Yeah, because there's like...
But actually, the non-Fobby friends are the more Americanized ones to sing that song. I'm telling you, my Fobby friends, they sing K-pop all the time.
Dude, you have no excuse. I live in Lebanon. Everybody knows that shit. It's the Middle East. Madonna, I mean, come on. No, that's not going to cut it.
Wait, cool. How old are you?
How old am I? 26.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's not even that much older than you. Like, it's fine. Do apologize, HomeLee. Everyone knows Madonna.
Also, apologize. You should be singing Champagne Supernova. You know it's the Oasis song you like the most.
It's a Champagne Supernova. Get it straight. He can't
Supernova.
In the sky.
God, I hate Oasis, sort of.
Yeah, but you can hate them all you want, and I'm not an Oasis fan either, but What's the Story, Morning Glory was a pretty big album in the 90s.
I mean, you know I'm going to be walking along one day and just be like, today is going to be the day. Oh, fuck.
Ken, you know you're one generation ahead of HomeLee, though, as far as the songs go in the 90s.
Well, I'm the same generation as HomeLee.
There you go.
I mean, that's no excuse.
But Whip, you're single. You have more time to,
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're...
Dude, are you pulling the Virgin card?
You just played that card again? Oh.
The Virgin card is too strong on this episode of KTF.
By the way, Ken, I was once the douchebag at a party with a guitar because I was forced, and I was like, what the hell am I going to play? So I decided to go with, something pretty generic. So I went with the Hotel California, and this chick walks up to me. She's like, I love that song. Oh, my God. And she's buying a Stairway to Heaven. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ. I was going to smash the guitar on top of her head.
I'm glad that you're a guitar player. I would like to make a real rap announcement to the rest of the world because the guy with the acoustic in the corner gets blown up constantly. Half the time, you are all correct. That guy's a douchebag. The other half of the time, we are being forced to do it, and we understand that we are douchebags. We don't want to be doing
I swear.
it.
And it's not even, I'm like, nah, I don't want to do it, but deep down inside, you want to do it to show off. I legitimately don't want to do it. Like, I have no interest in doing it.
I agree. I'm like, dude, there's nothing. Can I just get drunk and, like, hang out? Like, I don't.
It's like when people surprise you with a birthday cake and they start just clapping and everybody's staring at you weird, and you're like, huh, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a lot easier.
Most of the time.
It's a lot easier when you're a drummer. You don't have to worry about that. Nobody has a drum set in the corner.
That's true.
That's true.
Real rap, check out this pearl I got over here. Let's just knock this out real quick.
And if that happens, the drummer is the badass of the party. That's what happens.
That's true. Although, hold on. I'm selling it short. I cannot sell guitar playing / singing short. I've gotten my fair share of tail over the years due exclusively to the fact that I can play guitar. So I don't want to pretend like it hasn't benefited me from time to time. But for the most part, you are correct. The drummer is way cooler than the guitarist. Just the guitarist is easier to, just do in public. Are you a drummer, Fly? Is that what you were trying to tell us there?
Yeah, you guys didn't know that?
I did not know that. You play drums?
I do.
Do you play everything with a stick?
What?
Dude, hold on. So we could make a KTF band with Cool Whip and Ken playing rhythm and lead, Fly playing drums, HomeLee, I guess you can sing, whatever. You'll have a cape. I'm assuming Hippo would do interpretive dance or play the kazoo, or do you also have a musical talent I don't know about?
My mother was in a mariachi band for about 7 to 8 years.
Please tell me you're serious. That's awesome.
Please continue.
And
oh my God, I'm hard right now.
My father's been a musician most of his life. I got none of that.
Oh.
I'm body.
What about just pick up the ukulele, a sitar, something.
Wait, my dad actually has a ukulele. I probably could. Dude, give me the sitar. I'll be playing Within You Without You within days.
2 quick questions for Ken.
Yeah.
All right, you go ahead first. All right, I'll ask you first. When you said rhythm and lead, who in your mind played rhythm?
It doesn't matter to me either way.
Okay, good.
I am for any of you that are my friends on Facebook, you'll see that the picture is me playing guitar and singing. So I am used to playing rhythm and singing. That doesn't mean I can't play lead, but I'm not Kirk Hammett, so it is.
Hold on, what? Dude, hold on. Kirk Hammett is terrible at playing the guitar. I love Metallica. Listen to me.
Right, dude, Kirk Hammett can shred when he decides the need is upon him.
Dude, that motherfucker has the weirdest sounding vibrato. I'm not going to start with dude, no. I love Metallica. Kirk Hammett is a Bill. Let's just move on.
No, absolutely not. I'm not
yes.
trying to tell you that he's God's gift to guitar playing, but Bill is a little strong.
I'm telling you, he's terrible. Not even a Bill.
No,
he's flat out
not
awful.
terrible.
He's the Nightwing.
Oh my god.
No.
You're right. You know what?
Scorpion.
No. Oh, I'm super offended. I've never hated. The next time
you know why he's the
that
Scorpion?
I am host, you're not allowed on the show. I'm replacing you with
Scorpion.
Doombox for that
listen to
episode.
this.
Get out of here.
Just like Scorpion comes from the cool band from MK, Kirk Hammett plays with the cool band. Except he's terrible.
The jobber in that band is Lars, not Kirk. Get the
I agree,
fuck
Lars
out
is
of here. Terrible is a little fucking strong. Get
he wrote
out of here.
one good solo in his entire career, and that was The Unforgiven. That was the only good solo he ever wrote.
The apologies that you need to lay down are limitless right now.
Dude,
on your knees.
Dude, again,
I'm just saying that because it was said a lot. I don't know who's on their knees.
That will clearly be the name of this episode, right? Poor Vandy. He's going to be so emo that his episode is called On Your Knees. But
I don't know. I might change that. I might call it KIT Special or something.
That's gay.
You're gay.
In the thread, everyone post up. Again, for the record, I am not trying to tell you that Kirk Hammett is the greatest guitarist to ever bless God's green earth. But saying he is a Bill, saying he's bad, Cool Whip, apologize.
You've seen him play live, right? You've seen his live videos.
Yes, I've seen him multiple times.
You've
He's
seen
good.
the out of tunes. You've seen the out of tune bends, the out of tune guitars, the terrible vibrato, the mistakes. Jesus, dude, that dude is. He's legitimately terrible.
Wait, Cool Whip. I'll save you here. I'll save you. Jack, who's Kirk Hammett?
Thank you, HomeLee, for being the jobberest of jobbers right now. He's the lead guitarist for Metallica.
Absolutely.
I love that HomeLee's not.
You know what, Cool Whip, you are saved. HomeLee, apologize.
Did you notice that 5 minutes ago I told you I love Metallica and I mentioned The Unforgiven? We actually named some songs and HomeLee still get into. HomeLee, do you know any Metallica songs?
I love that HomeLee though doesn't care and he's willing to just take it on the chin like a champ.
HomeLee,
I'm not gonna lie. I've probably heard one. I don't know.
Oh my god. Okay, so you actually don't realize that every time we've said "Enter Sandman" in reference to Cool Whip, it's a joke and a pun at the same time. It's like a super famous Metallica song.
It's a super famous Metallica song.
Dude, everybody knows that. Like, there's not a single person on TYM.
You would know "Enter Sandman" if you heard it. Like, it is one of literally the biggest songs of the last 30 years.
The guy hasn't heard of Madonna, and you think... I think you're being generous.
Everyone knows "Enter Sandman." It's played... Yeah, go ahead.
I think we have a poll. I think we have a poll for our topic. Can you name a Metallica song?
Do you know what "Enter Sandman" is?
Yeah. Have you ever heard a metal song where a guy goes, yeah? Like 7 Metallica songs.
Okay, let me try and communicate with HomeLee in a language that he will understand, because I listened to something today.
You speak Chinese?
That was new, because that's racist, because it was the new year. HomeLee, have you heard the new Eric Prida mix?
Ooh.
Well, I mean, now I'm going into, like, trans and Euro. I thought that was your wheelhouse.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Did you say Eric Pride?
Well, I mean, I referred to him by his real name. But yeah, that guy.
I haven't heard
It's brand like it just came out today. It's the Prides and Olander mix. So you do know who he is, though, right?
No, I actually don't.
Oh my god, dude! Essential Mix 2015, Prides and Olander. Look it up. You'll like it.
Dude,
No one
Jack,
else will.
I don't think anybody can compete with you on the music level.
I
Yeah.
mean, I'm bad at fighting games, but I've done music my whole life, so I would hope not. Otherwise, that means
I'm
I've fucked up my entire life.
I am personally offended. But
Oh,
I'll let Jack be the musician. I mean, my specialty is.
Dude, you're
exclusively-
26. Calm down. You got
So
your whole
what?
life. You got
Dude,
your whole
my
life
favorite
ahead of
bands
you.
are from
Cool
like
it.
the 80s
hold on.
and 70s.
Cool it.
Cool Whip,
Cool
in
Whip,
fairness,
cool Whip.
no one can downplay Batman like you can. I can't hold a candle to you.
Cool.
We're
Whip.
talking about
No one
music,
can
this doesn't have
argue
to do
like
with
you
anything.
can, man.
Nobody can what?
No one can argue like you, man.
I don't know if that's a compliment
Dude,
or not.
No
but
one
sure.
can fight with James MK like you, Cool Whip.
Yeah,
At this point, I don't even fight.
Dude.
I just troll him and let him
Dude.
have a meltdown.
you're
as he's
you're
getting
able to
drunk on a
keep up.
Saturday night.
I at some point have to stop posting because I can't find a response. At that point, you're able to.
The apologies that HomeLee is going to need to lay down for musical knowledge is... Wait, HomeLee, are we friends on Facebook?
We are not.
I have a really good question for you then, because I posted this today because I thought it was really funny, but now I'm realizing that you might be one of these people.
Probably.
So, Kanye, you know who Mr. Kanye West is, right?
Yeah.
Jobber. So you know that Kanye, have you heard his new song with Mr. Paul McCartney?
I actually don't listen to Kanye, so I don't like him.
Do you know who Paul McCartney is?
Probably.
Oh, oh my god. The post that I put on my Facebook was all these people on
Listen.
Twitter who apparently are HomeLee Heidies. Kanye did a song with Paul McCartney, and people are like, yo, real rap? I don't know who this Paul McCartney is, but Kanye just made his career. He should say
Oh my
thank you and
gosh.
shit like that. And apparently HomeLee is one of those people.
Dude, let's give HomeLee 3 guesses. He was a member of probably the most popular band of all time. It's an old school, super old school. I mean, just take a guess. Yeah, thank you. Jesus. We've heard of them.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm like on my desktop right now, so I just Googled him.
Holy Googled Paul McCartney. Oh, kids these days. As we've discussed, Hippo's a huge Beatles lover. I'm a Beatles hater. But I mean, as a Beatles hater, you have to know your enemy better than you know your friends, right? I know who fucking Paul McCartney is, obviously. HomeLee, what are you, 24?
Man, I'm a noob when it comes to music.
Wait, you're 24, right?
Yeah.
Apologize. That's old enough. Fucking apologize.
Nah.
I knew who Paul
Panel,
McCartney
wait,
was when I
Panel,
was
Hippo,
6.
do you think? Should he apologize?
So, guys, I'm handing out
He can't
I'm
handle it.
handing out invitations to my wake. I recently passed away. Cases of insanity. So I'll be seeing you guys later. I'm dead. So
Right? So
yeah.
that's an apology. Cool Whip, do you think HomeLee needs to apologize?
I don't think an apology would do it, though. But yeah.
Fly, do you think HomeLee needs to apologize?
It's the Beatles. Yes. You need to
HomeLee,
apologize.
HomeLee, strap the knee pads on, son. This is an apology amongst
I mean, the
apologies.
Beatles aren't
Will
even
you
from
bring
America.
me?
Neither are you. Come on.
Will you bring me? Whoa. True.
Oh, my God.
All right. We are.
I can't think of a better way for this shit to die. Than
Yeah,
HomeLee.
we're getting to the point of the night where we're getting close to 4 hours, and this has been an amazing episode. I am proud to have been hosting it, but HomeLee, you have thusly killed this episode, episode 8.
Good.
of Fifth
Actually,
of the Fall.
hold on. Fly, remember when you had HomeLee in first place? I think you
Yeah.
guys.
I have to judge him based on the criteria I had put forth, which was the questions during the podcast. This
Dude.
knowledge has no
You
basis
need
in
to
the point
retroactively
system.
take out points.
Hey, this
Yeah,
is free
you-
time. This is free time.
You need to retcon those points.
This
dude.
is free time. In HomeLee's benefit, this is free time, and therefore he is able to make as much of a fool of himself as he therefore chooses.
Yeah,
He is
yeah.
made for me,
Take that, Jack.
That's true.
All right, who wants to close this out?
You, because you're the host?
No, I want the winner for next week to close this out. Hippo.
Well, what did we learn tonight, gentlemen? We've learned that HomeLee has absolutely no taste in music whatsoever.
Yeah.
We have learned that Fly can't stay sober for more than half an hour at a time and doesn't even know how many people are on this podcast.
4.
We've learned that Cool Whip can absolutely get bodied for a long time, come back and make an entire argument, goes on for like an hour and a half, and it's still awesome. And we've also learned that Jack is that douche at a party with a guitar.
And all
This
of
is-
the roads that lead us
Yeah.
there winding.
You guys, you need to be our Wonderwall and close this out. I think it's time.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
I'm dizzy, feeling sick from the free fall. Come in and watch me till my face off. See what's underneath. You say you're scared and don't doubt it. Skin I just don't need. I hold my eyes in my skull. This is the real me. I just can't pretend you all believe the lie. And I'm so very sick in my calling myself a better man. Now that you're all gone, I just don't belong in here. I'm all I've got, juggernaut. You're begging me to stop, pull the flesh off my jaw. You look so